Going to be a problem on and off the rest of the season. Turner drives one to center, chasing Nimmo back to the warning track right at the fence. He made the catch! Oh, wow! The catch of the year for Brandon Nimmo! He took a home run away from Justin Turner.
Wow.
Brandon Nimmo keeps the Mets in front in this game by bringing one back.
Oh, wow.
Well, Indy Chavez was here over the weekend. Brandon Nimmo doing his best Indy impression.
That is the finest catch of his career.
What's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets at Rob, and welcome back to another, let me just stop that really quick. Alrighty, there we go. Just trying to get out of this MLB.com going on there. Alrighty, there we go. Beautiful. All right, guys, so what a game yesterday. Hopefully everybody can hear me and saw the highlights of Brandon Nimmo making that catch. And according to Gary Cohen, the catch of the year, and there is no doubt that that was the catch of the year. Let me get my hat on. I'm a little naked here. All right, there we go. All right, guys. So, well. Was that a game yesterday? And it was just an amazing game. You couldn't ask for anything more. And as I said in the series preview a couple of days ago, that both of these games, or this series, every game is going to be close. It's going to come down to the final couple of innings, and it basically did in game one with the clutch hitting of the Dodgers, and last night with the heroics of Brandon Nimmo, with Timmy Trumpet blasting the trumpet in the ninth inning with Diaz's entrance coming in for a save. And I can assure you, Mets fans all around the country, wherever the hell you are from, was like, this will be the moment that Edwin Diaz blows a game with Timmy Trumpet and the fans going crazy, coming into an entrance that you've never seen before, where you have a live person doing the intro, doing the music with a regular season game in a save situation. And I think a lot of people thought, were like, oh my God, just don't blow this game. Do not blow this game. And guess what? He didn't. Strike out on 3 pitches. Next 2 balls are ground balls. 1, 2, 3. Easy peasy. Middle of the lineup. The best hitters in that lineup were in the ninth inning. It wasn't the bottom of the order where you can say, all right, well, Diaz should take care of it. No. He got Freeman the ground out. He got 2, 3, 4 in the lineup and saved the game for the Mets. That's exactly what a great closer is supposed to do. And amazing. Edwin Diaz chants were going around the crowd. Brandon Nimmo's chants were coming around through the crowd. It was beautiful. It was a lot of fun. It was a playoff atmosphere, which you expect from these two teams anyway. It was just a fun time, guys. Absolutely fun time. We got some afternoon baseball here today. It's a travel day for the Dodgers. So obviously 4 o'clock. I believe the game is at 4 o'clock. I know some people were talking about it with the U.S. Open. That, Serena Williams, I believe. The U.S. Open, there's a lot of big games tonight. So it's understandable why it's at 4:10, because it's very hard to play a 1 o'clock game, because then you're playing a 9 o'clock game in the morning in California. So you got to give California fans a chance to actually start their day, considering the fact they would have to watch them at 10 o'clock in the morning. So unfortunately, the game's at 4 o'clock. But again, for me, it's good because I can have a live stream. I can actually get some sleep before work, so that's always fun. But it was a lot of fun. And I was just – everything was just working out. DeGrom was dealing. He gave up that one bomb to Mookie Betts, which, I mean, if you can get Mookie Betts out in 4 at-bats, I mean, you had a good day. I mean, Mookie always gets you. I mean, that's why he's an former MVP. That's why he's just a great player. It's just not easy for, anybody to do that. But, man, I mean, could we talk about Starling Marte once again? I mean, my God, this guy has been one of the most clutch hitters on this team all year. You could talk about Lindor being clutch. You talk about Alonso being clutch. You could talk about Canna being clutch. But it just seems like every single game Marte does something, either defensively or offensively, to make a difference in a ball game. Running down a catch in the gap, making a nice diving catch, just getting that big base hit with runners on, getting these big home runs to get the Mets back into the game. He did that in game 1, and then yesterday he gave the 2-0 lead in game 2. Marte has just been excellent for us, and you know what? That has been our best signing, position player-wise, for Billy Epler. You could talk about Escobar. I thought Escobar was going to be the bigger signing, was a better signing than the other two. But you know what? I'm glad. I don't even care I'm wrong here. I really, really don't. I mean, what Marte has done, well, Ken, you know what? I think the base stealing comes down to the fact that he's been dealing with that hamstring, the groin and the hamstring. So I think I wouldn't call it a blemish, only considering the fact that he is, dealing with that hammy, that groin. So I get why he's not. Listen, I think in big moments when he's on base, if he has to steal a base, I think he will. You saw it with the catches that he made in the gap in game 1 against the Dodgers. If he has to turn on the boosters, he does it. It's actually a lot of fun. I just have to say this once again. We all talked about Yippee, who was on the other day, talking about comparing Mike Trout, Pete Alonso's number slugging to Vogelback. Yet Vogelback with a big double play in game 1, and on top of that, he didn't play in any of the games in this series because there's left-handers on the mound. We have to see Ruff for another day. And as much as we want to, like I said, the crowd went nuts in game 1 when Vogelback was pitch hitting. I mean, I think a lot of people thought that he was going to hit a bomb. But hey, listen, that's baseball, right? But you know what? This is what happens when you decide to go with a platoon at the DH and not a solid hitter at the DH spot. You're going to have guys, did everybody remember, talk about the Giants always playing rough against left-handers? Well, you know what? When you don't play every day and you get, starts here and there and you technically crush lefties, but yet you're still a 213 hitter, well, you're always going to be a 213 hitter. Like, the Giants didn't just put Ruff in every single day and there was a DH. No, they put him against lefties. So when people are like, oh, Ruff crushes lefties, he's batting 220 when the Mets got him. Like, he wasn't batting 290 average-wise against lefties. He's not. And that's the biggest problem that I have with the platoon at DH. That's why, guys like Trey Mancini, I mean, still, the Mets don't even bring up Mark Vientos. And don't expect Mark Vientos up even with the expanded roster. Obviously, today's September 1st. The reason why is because Billy Epler is not going to bring up Mark Vientos because that's going to show you and tell you that Billy Epler screwed up on that Ruff trade. You don't trade J.D. Davis and 3 minor league prospects for a Darren Ruff who's going to be a player that might start twice a week if there's a lefty in the lineup and might get occasional pinch hit appearances when there's a bullpen on that the opponent brings in a lefty. Other than that, you don't give up four actual bodies for Darren Ruff. Yet, people want to go crazy about Vogelback. Look, Vogelback has been a sensation here. He's been fun. He fits well with this team personality-wise, but he's not a very good player. And we have to remember that. He was never a guy that was going to say, all right, we took away Dominic Smith for Vogelback. Fine. Offensively, that's fine. But the bigger problem is, and I think why I didn't like either one of the trades, because Haldeman would have looked really nice in his bullpen right now, even though the bullpen has been pretty decent. And yesterday, let's be honest, that was pretty good yesterday with the bullpen. You gave up Holderman for Vogelback. You gave up J.D. Davis, which, let's be honest, I think a lot of people right now would rather see J.D. Davis in a platoon role with Vogelback than Darren Ruff. So, with that said, the Mets still haven't done a lot of hitting, probably over the last week or so. And again, the Mets are good enough to win one-run ball games, and they're good enough to blow people out as well. They have that kind of mentality, that team personality, just like the Dodgers do, by the way, that they can win low-scoring games. They can win one-run games. The Mets and the Dodgers are very similar. That's why nobody's getting blown out here. And I said that in Mets Talk Live the day before the series on the off day. I said this is all going to be close games. Nobody's going to run away in a game. Occasionally, every once in a while, somebody might have a bad night and you might get blown out. But I just didn't see that with any of these two teams because both of these teams are that good. And all the people that were talking about, the Yankees and the Astros, this is just a preview of the ALCS. Okay, fine. That's because there's nobody else in the American League that's probably going to threaten either of them. Even though the Yankees look like the worst team in baseball, to be honest with you. I mean, they can't beat Oakland and they can't beat the Angels. And now they got to go play Tampa Bay. And what are they, 6 games up on Tampa Bay? Good luck, Yankees, by the way. But you can see why people are talking about the Dodgers and the Mets NLCS preview because they are above and beyond better than everybody else in the National League. It's not even close. And yes, I put the Padres in that. I put the Cardinals in that. I put the Brewers. And yes, I do put the Braves in that. Oh, by the way, the Braves nearly lost yesterday as well. Luckily, they didn't for their sake. But everybody, they're only 3 games up, ready to face the Dodgers. The Braves are placing the Rockies. Well, the Braves lost against the Rockies in Game 1. The Mets won. The Mets lost as well. So we didn't lose any ground. And then yesterday, we both won. So no matter what happens today, if the Mets lose and the Mets lose and the Braves lose, we're still 2 games up going into a stretch against Washington and Pittsburgh where the Mets should do some damage in those games. So, and the Braves are going on the West Coast trip, by the way, with Seattle and San Francisco. I know San Francisco is nothing to go crazy about, but it is still a West Coast trip, and it's a 4-game series, if I'm not mistaken. So they're playing the Giants, who, the Giants play better at home than they do on the road, and they're not a great team, but again, they're still a team that can be a pain in the ass, especially the Braves got to go across country here. Like, they don't, they're going from Atlanta all the way across country. So they got to make that big West Coast trip. So it's not an easy trip, especially in September. David, the Braves do not have an easier schedule. They have the 3rd easiest schedule. We got the 1st. Again, I don't really like to look at that. The fact of the matter is they have to just continue to win ball games. That's all the Mets have to do. The Mets have the division in their hands. They don't have to look behind them. If the Mets win, it doesn't matter what the Braves do. If they lost, that's even better. We gain a game. But if the Braves win and the Mets keep on winning, it really doesn't matter. The Mets have 31 games to go. They have 83 wins, right? This is what we have right here. We got 83 wins. Oh, this is Mr. Met, by the way, from the 7-Line Army. Nice little statue of Mr. Met with a chalkboard. So you can change the record, 83-48. 83 wins. They got 31 games left. If my math's correct, say they go 16-15, right? 16-15. Not bad, right? They go 16-15, that's 99 wins. Now that's only 1 game over 500. 1 game. And that's one of the easiest schedules after that, right? They play Milwaukee and then later on in the Braves at the end of the year. That's 99 wins if they just go 1 game over 500 starting from today until the last game of the season against Washington. That's it. So if they go 18, get 18 wins out of the next 31, that's 101 wins, right? 101 wins. Want to go 4 games, 5 games over? Now we're talking about 103, 104, 105 wins. And that's with one of the easiest schedules in baseball. And I don't like to talk about easiest schedules in baseball because baseball is a sport where anybody can beat you every given day. And as bad as Pittsburgh is, you are going to Pittsburgh, all right? They play decent in their ballpark. They're just not a skip and a jump over them. They're not somebody you can just step over. All right. They got that kid O'Neal who just beats up on everything. And he's a great shortstop. He's a really good player. I know they don't have a lot of other pieces, but they got a couple of good young players. And I can assure you, just like we saw Jake Reed the other day, you don't think Holdeman is going to pitch against the Mets and don't probably try to do well against them. So there's a lot of things that can happen. It depends on how, I believe we're going to have, if everything works out correctly, I think Scherzer's pitching in this Washington series. I think Taijuan Walker. So there's a couple of guys. We're probably going to have the pitching matchups, obviously, probably pretty good. DeGrom should be pitching in that Pittsburgh series along with Scherzer, if I'm not mistaken. So it might be Scherzer, DeGrom, and Walker, if I'm correct. I could be wrong. But we're going to have the pitching matchups. We got to get the job done. And look, we're better than these teams. We're better than the Nationals. We're better than Pittsburgh, right? It's just, and now, Grant, you got yours as well. Thank you. And by the way, let's thank Grant for that, because he emailed me showing me that he got he was able to get one. And when he emailed me, I had to go online right away. I missed my email from the 7 line about getting an update on when this is available. So this is actually pretty cool. So, and it's not light either. It's pretty heavy. So if you get nasty with me, I know I'll hit you over the head. Yeah, Donovan Mitchell to the Cavs. I saw that. Which again, we had an idea that Ainge did not want to send anything to the Knicks, so that kind of sucks for the Knicks. So I'm just gonna set up my game day really quick so we can get over the lineups and the pitching matchups and all that fun stuff. So with that being said, guys, don't forget to please hit that like button. And Marcus, I don't think it's the fact that the Knicks didn't want Donovan Mitchell. They weren't going to do everything they can to get Donovan Mitchell. I don't think Ainge and Utah wanted to trade him to the Knicks, because Ainge has a really dark spot for the Knicks, and I don't think he wanted to help the Knicks. So it was more about Utah didn't want to trade him to the Knicks more than the Knicks didn't want to get Mitchell. All right, guys, so I'm going to share my screen right now. And we're going to go over the pitching matchup and the 2 lineups for today's game. So, obviously, today, Chris Bassitt is on the mound for the Mets and Clayton Kershaw for the Dodgers. So, we're going to start off with the Mets lineup for today against Clayton Kershaw. 3 lefties against the Mets in this series. And don't think that was coincidence, guys. Dave Roberts and the Dodgers set this rotation up so they have lefties against the Mets, because the Mets have not hit lefties well this year, and honestly, they still can't. So, with that said, the Mets lineup for today is Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field, Starling Marte batting second, playing right field, Francisco Lindor shortstop batting third, cleaning up is Pete Alonso playing first base, Darren Ruff getting another start at DH batting fifth, Mark Canha left field batting sixth, Jeff McNeil batting 7, playing second base, Eduardo Escobar third base batting 8, and James McCann catching batting 9. I believe it was Ken asking why James McCann is catching once again in a series and in another game, because Chris Bassitt pitches better with James McCann behind the plate. So that's the only reason I can give. Can't give you anything better than that, but that's all I got for you. All right, so the Dodgers against Chris Bassitt is Mookie Betts, right field leading off, Trey Turner, shortstop batting second, Freddie Freeman playing first base batting third, Will Smith cleaning up, catching, Max Muncy third base batting fifth, Justin Turner DH and batting sixth, Gavin Lux second base. Sorry, got something in my eye. Second base batting 7, Trace Thompson center field batting 8, and Chris Taylor left field batting 9. That is your lineup for the Los Angeles Dodgers against Chris Bassitt. Those are your lineups. Those are your pitching matchups for today's game. And don't worry, guys. We are here. We got game 3 right here on Talking Mets and Rob. So don't forget to hit on that like button. Let's get more people in this stream for Mets versus Dodgers. So let's make it happen. Yeah, to get it really quickly with the Knicks really quick, because I know there's a lot of Knicks fans in the chat right now, and I am a Knicks fan as well. I thought the Donovan Mitchell trade was going to happen because the Utah really didn't have any other better offers. And if you look at the Cavs offer, it's not as good as the Knicks offer. But again, Danny Ainge in Utah does not like the Knicks, just doesn't like them. And I think he wanted to do everything he possibly can within reason to not send Mitchell to the Mets. And I can assure you Donovan Mitchell's probably not happy, but Cleveland's a really good young team, and he's going to a team that made the playoffs last year, is a nice young team, got a couple of good young players, and now got Donovan Mitchell, and I think that's going to help them a lot. And unfortunately, it's going to hurt the Knicks because of the fact that Brunson's nice and all, but Brunson is not an all-star point, not a great point guard. He's good, but he's not great. MB, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. Yeah, if we get the series win, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be huge because we're coming out of this series at the very least 3 games up in the NL East with 30 games to play, everyone. That's where you wanted to be coming out of this Dodgers series. Now, I don't think anybody expected the Braves to lose against the Rockies, but they did. And yesterday's game wasn't a cakewalk for the Braves either. So don't think, and I said this in Mets Talk Live on our off day. I said this to you guys. Don't think for a second that Cardinal series, the way the Braves lost, weren't going to affect them in the Rocky series. I said it was going to. That's too tough way to lose. Both games, game 2 lost in the 9th inning when Jansen couldn't find the plate, and then in game 3 against the Cardinals, O'Neill hitting that big home run to give a 3-run lead to the Cardinals. Those are late in games. Those are tough losses. And I still think to this day, the Mets have a better mental makeup than the Atlanta Braves do. And you know what? The Mets, I know for a fact, can come from a tough loss and come back and win the next day. They just showed it, right? Game 1 was tough. Everybody thought the Mets were going to win in the 9th inning when Vogelback came up to pinch hit. Everybody thought so. Everybody thought the Mets were going to win that ball game in game 1, the way it was playing out. You know what? That was a tough loss in game 1. Tough loss when the Mets left 7 men on base. They should have won that game in game 1. Well, guess what? That tough loss, they came right back around and won game 2. And it wasn't an easy win. It wasn't like it was a 7-0 victory where you can, relax from the 6th or 7th inning. No. It was crazy. Not only did we have to deal with a great Dodger lineup, not only did we have to worry about Anderson dealing, we have to worry about Freeman and Mookie Betts and on and on and on. We had to worry about, and now the Mets also had to worry about, oh man, look, we got a 1-run lead. We're going to have to go to the bullpen in the 8th inning. Ottavino pitched well, but wait, now we got Edwin Diaz, not just Edwin Diaz and Narco playing, but we had Narco playing with Timmy Trumpet in town, live on the field, making it an event, making it more than it actually should be. And all that still worked out for the Mets because I can assure you, I said this in the beginning of the stream, a lot of Met fans, and it was on Twitter. My friends were texting me as well. Diaz better not blow this. And I think people were expecting it to happen because it was setting up perfectly for Diaz to blow the safe. But it didn't happen. And that just is a testament of Buck Showalter's New York Mets. The 2022 Mets are different. They're not the 2019 Mets. They're not even the 2021 Mets. So when people keep on talking about, oh, here comes the choke job from the Mets, they look at the past when this team did a complete 180 in the type of team they are. And we do have Clayton Kershaw on the mound tonight. He is a lefty. He's just coming off the IL, so he's probably not going to go more than 5 innings. But the Mets got to do what the Mets always do. Work the count against Clayton Kershaw. Get that bullpen in early for the Dodgers. Even though it's a good bullpen, I don't care what anybody says. To get the bullpen in early, they got to use more guys. And you know what? You got to hit Clayton Kershaw. I'm sorry. He's not that good. He's washed up. He's not the same pitcher. I know before the injury, he was pitching well. But Clayton Kershaw is not the Kershaw that you even seen in 2020. And you know what? The Mets haven't hit him in his career. I mean, we know very well in 2015 in the playoffs, we didn't hit him well at all. And in his career, the Mets don't hit him. But that doesn't mean nothing. Because I think the Mets are going to hit him today. But as much as I like Chris Bassitt, I don't know if he's going to pitch as good as we all expect. I think he's going to pitch well. You know, Chris Bassitt is the type of guy that will always fight his way through 6 innings, even when he's pitching bad, just to save the bullpen. But I do think it's going to be another close-scoring game. I think it's going to come down to the 8th and 9th inning, like always. It seems like it just been like that in this series. And as good as the Dodgers are, and some even put them as the best team in baseball, and I know this ain't going to happen with Dodger fans, with Yankee fans, with Braves fans, they're not still going to give the Mets credit. I mean, until their team is out of it, they're not going to give the Mets credit. So the Mets got to do what the Mets got to do, and that's punch them in the face and say, hello, we are here. Because we're not going to get that respect until we actually do it. And with that said, guys, we got about 10 minutes until game time. If you give me 1 second, let me just get my headphones off so I can get the speaker going for the Mets versus Dodgers. Just give me a second. Alrighty, guys. So let me just make sure you guys can hear me. All right, guys. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me without the headphones, because I do know these headphones are not going to last as long as the game. So, so I just want to make sure. Can you guys hear me well? I'm using my MacBook speaker. I'm trying to stay away from my microphone right now. All right, you guys can hear me. Perfect. So right before the game is about to start, obviously I'm going to put the volume up so you guys can hear it, and you got to know if you guys can hear it. So with that said, guys, once again, 70 in the stream right now for Mets Pregame Live. In a few minutes, I'm going to change over to Game Day. As always, if you're new to the channel, say what's up. Let me know where you're listening from or watching the stream. And if you're new to the channel, listen up really quickly. Don't forget to hit on that like button, number one. Number two, thank you for subscribing. And number three, if you want to become a member of Talking Mets with Rob, just click on that join button or go straight to my channel page. Click on become a member, and you get the different perks based on what type of membership you have. I will be doing a member live stream in the next coming days or so. So members, look out for that. And also, when you become a member, you go in the run-in to win free giveaways. I sent it today, by the way, Grant, your package. And I'm still waiting for Bill and MTA Prodigy to email me, at least one of them. It's Thursday, so they got until today to email me for the giveaway. If not, well, I'm just going to do a random pick, and I'm going to send it to a member that didn't win. Unfortunately, I can't just, I got to give everybody the opportunity to win, and I got to be fair to every member. I forgot who it was who won last time. When Hayden won the last time, the first giveaway, he emailed me right away. I gave him 3 days. He did it. Christian, I believe, emailed me as well from the other giveaway. So they emailed me their information, and look, I can't send it to you if I don't have your information. And there's only so much amount of time that I want to give, because I want to remain fair to every member. When I gave them 72 hours to email me, I got to be fair. It's nothing against any member. I just want to be fair to everybody. So with that said, Mets versus Dodgers, Game 3, rubber game. Clayton Kershaw, Chris Bassitt on the mound. Kershaw is coming off the IL, probably won't go more than 5 innings. They're going to be very careful with him. And I think the Mets got to take advantage of a guy who's just coming off the IL, who is not going to throw a lot of pitchers. Mets got to play Mets baseball. They do that, big things can happen. Real deal. What's up, buddy? So we're waiting for the game to start. I'm going to throw up game day up here. So let me make it nice and pretty. Alrighty. Alrighty, guys. So there you go. Got game day up, and I'm going to make sure I zoom in a little bit more because I know a lot of people enjoyed that. Just give me a second. There we go. All right. There we go. Just give me a second, guys. Just want to see how it looks. Alrighty, guys. So there you go. Game day is up. We're ready to go. Waiting for they showing the series recap. So listen up.
Tonight, Gavin Lux's 2-run single put the Dodgers on top. But Mark Canha homered, so did Starling Marte, and the Mets got even. Going to the 7th inning, there was that man Lux again with a basin up the middle against Joely Rodriguez. That put the Dodgers in front. Jake Reed, the former Met, came on to get his first Major League save. Yeah, he was a little happy. And the Dodgers had a 4-3 win. Last night, Jacob deGrom on the mound, and he was his DeGrom himself. 9 strikeouts in 7 innings. That's got him a lead. It was Marte again. His second home run in 2 nights. This one to right center against Tyler Anderson. We'll play the Dodgers in time now. Justin Turner. Home run the no! There's Nemo going up over the wall like Superman to keep the Mets to the lead. Timmy Trumpet was on hand to herald the arrival of Edwin Diaz in the 9th after Ottavino pitched a successful 8th. And Diaz was a 1-2-3 inning. Nailed down the save and a 2-1 win. So the teams have traded 1-run victories in the first 2 games of this series. Plus gonna have to.
Alrighty, guys. So that was the series recap on SNY. Gary, Keith, and Ron all in the booth today for Game 3 of the series on this late afternoon baseball for Mets versus Dodgers. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. And the trumpets were glaring yesterday. It was a lot of fun. Again, it was a little nerve-wracking because I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. And it was a little scary, I'm not going to lie, because I was thinking, oh, we're making this whole thing an event. And, man, thank God that Diaz continued to do what he's done all year and dominate. So, obviously, Chris Bassitt is on the mound. He's warming up right now in the outfield at Citi Field. 9-3, 2.36 ERA in his last 12 starts. 7+ innings pitched in 6 of those starts during that span. So, Bassitt has been a bulldog. Has been excellent for us as our number 3 starter. Just waiting for the game to start. 4:10 is the start time for the game. They're showing Clayton Kershaw, who is 10-0 on the season, has not lost. 2 postseason starts, 2015 NLDS, 1-1. Again, the Mets haven't hit Kershaw a lot in his career. Mets always have trouble with lefties, as you can see in Game 1 and Game 2. And I think the Mets can hit Clayton Kershaw, but again, Kershaw is still with his nasty pitches, even though he doesn't throw as hard as he used to. The breaking ball is not as sharp as he used to, but he's still a very good pitcher, so we have to gotta be careful with that. Let me just fix this up. I don't like that. Give me a second, guys. Alrighty. Just give me 1 second. Let me just fix game day for a second. All right. There we go. I just want to see how it looks. All right, guys. How does game day look on the screen for you guys? You can see the score and everything like that. You can see the lineup. You can see the pitching matchup. Everything looks good, guys. There's a possibility that Baty will be ready for the playoffs. It's a UCL in the thumb. He's not having surgery. I think he's having surgery. I'm not sure. But he could be ready for the playoffs. But again, if Luis Guillorme and Escobar is healthy, Baty's not going to be on the postseason roster, to be honest with you guys. So, looks great. Ken looks great on my TV. Perfect. He made a dive in one of the games, and he landed on his thumb awkwardly, and it just tore the UCL, unfortunately. And it was his right hand. So he dove. I'm assuming he landed the wrong way, and that's how he hurt it. So, and I'm not sure which game it was. They didn't really make that specific, but check out a game where he made a diving catch or made a dive for a ball, and he probably landed on it awkwardly. So, all right, good. So we're good on the game day. I like that. We like that. That's important. And then just waiting for the game to start. We got about 5 minutes. So getting your opinions, your questions, your answers, whatever you want to talk about with 81 in the stream right now. Again, it's the middle of the day on a Thursday, so I'm not expecting, 200 people in the stream. People do work. So as you may or may not know, the Mets are 83-48 with Mr. Met, making sure you guys know the record. And we will get started in a few seconds. And once again, guys, as always, yeah, Marcus, I'm telling you right now, I understand a lot of people don't get it about Mark Vientos. The Mets don't think Mark Vientos is the guy that all the fans think he might be. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. 3 weeks before the deadline, Mark Vientos should have been up, considering that Davis and Smith were terrible. After the trade deadline, all right, Ruff looked pretty good and Vogelback looked pretty good, but Ruff is struggling. He's playing 3 straight games here, hasn't done nothing. Yet, Mark Vientos still not up. There's a reason why Mark Vientos is not coming up. Number one, I don't think Epler wants to stay, because if he brings up Vientos, he's telling you that he made a bad trade for Darren Ruff. So he's not going to do that. These GMs got too much ego to do that. So that's why Vientos is not coming up. Unless Darren Ruff gets hurt, Vientos is not coming up, guys. So, and at the end of the day, what's the point of bringing him up now? He can't be on the playoff roster. So it's pointless to me. So you going to the game on Saturday? I'm going to I might go to the game on Saturday too. Only because I want that pullover that they're giving out. And I'm going tomorrow for fireworks night. I mean, Banks, okay, he might be traded in the offseason, but this is why I kept on saying people like, oh, I don't want to trade Vientos for a reliever. Why? What's the point? Why not? You gave up J.D. Davis and 3 lower-level minor leaguers for Darren Ruff, a 200 hitter. Like, if that's the case, I'd rather send J.D. Davis and them 3 minor leaguers to Detroit for Andrew Chafin, if that was the case. And for that case, if you really wanted to make a difference and you think that the only way you were able to get David Robinson was giving up Mark Vientos, give up Mark Vientos. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand it wouldn't be probably a big everybody would be happy with that trade. But if you're not bringing up Mark Vientos when you need him most, which is right now and before the trade deadline, then when are you going to bring him up? Why he ain't coming up next year? Why would he be coming up next year? You're going to have Beatty at third base, second and short, impossible. Your outfield's really set because you're probably going to sign Nimmo. So where are you going to put Vientos? You're not. We don't want to even call him up when we have a clear need. Beatty just went down. Wouldn't it make sense to bring Vientos up, considering the fact that, well, he's a right-handed bat and Escobar is left-handed, or he's switch hitter, but bring him up. Why not? He can't be that bad at third base that you don't want to bring him up at all. So there's the problem there. Not only can you mostly DH him, but like I said, ego plays a big role in this. Billy Epler and his ego is not bringing up Mark Vientos because it shows that trade for Darren Ruff was absolutely stupid. Even people like, when that trade happened, everybody looked at each other like, we traded J.D. Davis. Okay, fine. We traded J.D. Davis. We're not going to go crazy about that. But we traded J.D. Davis and 3 lower-level prospects. Even if those lower prospects never amount to anything, you don't trade 4 bodies for a 200 hitter. And everybody thinks, oh, he crushes lefties. Yes. Well, I mean, it's not like the Giants were playing him against righties, and he's still batting .213. So, like, I just don't get it. But what are we going to do? But right now, Mets versus Dodgers is about to start. It is 4:10, so listen up. Let me know in the comments, guys, if you can hear the broadcast.
Team in baseball up against
How's it sound, guys?
today. Here's Mookie with the home run against DeGrom for the Dodgers. Only run last night.
He is red hot. You're going to have to account for him if you're Chris Bassitt today. You see his Toyota numbers. He faced the Dodgers in June. On June 3rd, lost to them, gave up 4 runs in 6 innings pitched.
Let's go, Chris.
And
All right, sounds good. Love it.
Metropolitan defense, McCann back behind the place. That's a tandem there with Vientos. Escobar has been mentioned now with Beatty on the IL. Out for the season. Escobar will be playing third. And McCann has just been fantastic. And Nimmo made that might fit me. Let's go, Mets.
Oh, back. Oh. Sorry, Daniel. Not our doing.
You showed it, though.
I didn't know.
We didn't have to show it.
It's September 1st. Rosters expanded today. The Mets called up 2 players, Devin Marrero to give them some infield depth and Jonas Medina to help out in the bullpen. Yeah, here we go. 31 games to go. Mets
All right, here we go, guys.
Pulled off the Rockies last night 3-2 despite a Kenley Jansen shaky save. Mookie Betts leads off 2 for 7 in this series with a double and a homer. Bassitt's first pitch is in for a strike. We're underway. That's his 32nd home run last night. That matches his career high from his MVP season with the Red Sox in 2018. And slide it just off the plate for Bassitt, a ball and strike. The game that Chris pitched against the Dodgers in LA, he got
Jakey, everything that you can think of.
in that game, 1 unearned run and several others that were
Oh, Chris.
He actually pitched pretty well that day. 6 innings, 5 hits, 8 strikeouts. That's just 1 for 7 against Bassitt. And the curveball, check swing foul, 1-2.
I do like Bassitt after DeGrom because DeGrom with this hard slider, hard fastball, and then you got the herky-jerky of Chris Bassitt. That's pretty good.
12 home runs, 38 runs scored.
Daniel, how you doing?
But this right, the slugging percentage against Bassitt's curveball is 196. 196. Hasn't given up a home run on the curveball all year. So why not throw it?
Throw it more, but he is such a smart pitcher. He sets that pitch up as well.
Trey Turner on deck, then Freddie Freeman for the Dodgers. Shadows are going to be an issue momentarily on this bright, sunny late afternoon. Rare Thursday 4 o'clock start at Citi Field. 2-2 coming to Mets, and the breaking ball looped into shallow right. Back goes Alonso.
Alonso with the basket catch. That was not easy.
That's an entertaining way that this game begins. Only Willie Mays makes a catch.
Dardar, I like that.
So
That's true. I think he was just full. The ball wasn't hit that high in the air. It came down quicker than he thought. And, the sun and the shadows are going to come to play probably second time through the order. They're already creeping on the field, third base side.
here's Trey Turner. Mets are hoping that the Dodgers leave town before Turner figures things out. He's gone 0 for 8 in this series so far. Don't get that very often. 161 hits, second only to the guy on deck, Freddie Freeman in the National League. And he lines one the other way.
And there's the base hit.
Get to, and so Turner has his first hit in the series, and McNeil will shake it
That's not good.
after falling on his hand.
Look at the turf, too. Took up some turf.
Yeah, the trainer,
He's
Brian
okay.
is going to come out and have a look.
He gave a thumbs up.
A little bit of a divot there. Oh,
He felt awkwardly. His right knee went into the turf. Watch his right knee.
Yep.
Ow.
Took up all that turf, divot. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's more of a concern than the left arm that he fell on.
If there's anyone who knows how to replace a divot, it's Mr. McNeil.
Still, I don't know. Do you think he kicks up a lot of divots on the golf course?
Not like that. That's about a 22 handicap that leaves that kind of divot. I don't think I would care for that. That grass doing that to you. Stop them dead in his tracks.
But Pete's doing the housekeeping.
Did you notice
That area is secure.
yesterday before the game, the sprinklers went on in the outfield? The first time we saw that.
Yeah, that-
Year long.
Jeffrey Neal's no joke.
And there was rain the night
He's
before,
all right.
so it's not like the grass needed it. McNeil's going to walk it off and be fine.
All right, Jeff.
could have been worse. Whenever I see something like that happen, I always think about Mickey Mantle, right? When he stepped into that kind of train. Yeah. Yep.
So Turner aboard, and now Bassitt has
All right, Trey Turner got his first hit in this series.
One in this series, and Freddie Freeman at the plate.
Jeff McNeil's good. All right, one out, Freddie Freeman up. Trey Turner on first. Got to watch out when he steals.
League in batting, first in the league in hits. Big lead for Turner at first. And first pitch.
Chris Bassitt doesn't hold on runners very well. He doesn't have a quick windup. He's not quick on the stretch. So look, Trey Turner to try to steal here, get in score position.
The Dodgers to acquire him.
He's a Turner. He'll be a free agent after this season. Will the Dodgers try to retain him? Long hold by Bassitt, and Freeman fouls off another cutter, and it's 1-1.
Gary asked a really interesting question. Will they retain him? There's so many shortstops that are going to be on the market again that there'll be some real competition, and I'm sure someone that really wants Turner is going to want to try to sign him early.
I think he's one of the best players in the game. Yeah, I agree. Carlos Correa will be out there. Xander Bogaerts will be a free agent.
Oh, Chris.
If I didn't have the cash to do it, I have to go to the World Bank and get a loan. To me, the more natural of all the hitters.
Well, we don't have to see Freddie Freeman 19 times a year. So, I mean, I'd rather him in the American League, but I'll take it.
He should be, one of the best players in the game, but he hasn't been.
A little shocked that Trey Turner hasn't tried to steal yet.
The Dodgers lost to the Padres won last night, so the Padres picked the whole game. They're only 18.5 behind now. Dodgers' magic number for clinching the NL West is 14 on the 1st of September.
Padres are 2.5.
Jacob deGrom's not going to the West Coast.
That's the big number, right? Atlanta, Philly, and San Diego are in the wild card spots. The Brewers, the only other team in contention, those 2.5 games behind. Bassitt and Freeman 1-2 with Will Smith on deck, and the curveball bounced foul. The Dodgers won 8 straight division titles before falling a game short against Giants. Lucky beat the Giants division series. 9 straight postseasons for LA. 3 World Series, 1 title in that stretch. Freeman takes the fastball, and it's 2-2. Freddie's got an 8-game hitting streak going.
Bassitt got 12 pitches.
Percentage, 6th in slugging percentage.
2-2 count.
30 runs scored, 6th
To Freeman.
Hits, leads the league
1 out.
doubles.
Turner on first.
Phenomenal year in his first year in LA.
He got off to a sluggish start, but it's his typical Freddie numbers. You know when he caught fire, Keith? When he got to Atlanta.
Yeah.
And left Atlanta.
After all those tears.
That's right.
Yeah. And he got criticized a little bit in his clubhouse. Clayton Kershaw had some pointed words about being all in. And since then, he's been all in.
They've been pitching Fred inside. You have to pitch him inside.
Oh, Chris.
So Acuna had some sharp words to say about Freddie, which Freddie was above it, didn't respond. It's the first tell for Bassitt. What will he feature? A 3-2 count to Freddie here.
Trey Turner might be running here with a full count.
He'll be running 3-2, 1 out.
Bassitt is always very, very methodical on the mound.
So many choices, so many shakes. He's got McCann working with him behind the plate today. Turner's running. Freeman fouls it off.
Nice at bat by Freeman.
Fly home after the game today. They much preferred a 1 o'clock game, I'm sure, than the 4 o'clock. You've got a very slow, methodical pitcher on the mound.
Turner's running on the first 3-2 pitch. This will be the 8th pitch coming to Freeman. Turner goes. Freeman, it's a slow ground ball down to
All
Alonso.
right, so we get the second out. Turner goes the second on the ground ball to Alonso.
It's another ball, fastball, that Freeman swung at. It had to be almost a foot inside. We didn't do it last night. We did it
Well, Freddie Freeman's not going to be a free agent. He signed a big deal. Trey Turner is going to be the free agent. All right, 2 outs. 15 pitches for Bassitt. Trey Turner on second, 2 outs. Top of the first.
Smith 0 for 5 in this series. Takes the first slider outside for ball 1.
Smith is about as deep as you can get in the box. His back foot, maybe the inside part of his spike is touching the back line, but he is as far back as you can get.
All right, little dribble to Bassitt, and it ends the inning. There we go. Nice first inning for Chris Bassitt. Probably a little bit more pitches than he wanted, but got out of the first inning with no damage done. Going to the bottom of the first. Mets, Dodgers, no score. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's get this stream out to more baseball fans, more Mets fans. Hey, listen, even more Dodger fans. Why the hell not, right? Big reason why this channel is getting bigger is because of baseball fans, not just Met fans. So, and as you all know, on this channel, everybody's welcome here. Just be respectful. Root for the team you root for. You want to talk crap about your team? I'm all for it. That's the whole thing. That's why sports is so great. But remember, guys, keep it respectful. You guys can go back and forth with each other. That's always fun. That's what it's all about. But the big thing is that I enjoy baseball fans. I think baseball fans in general are the best fans because they are the most loyal. That's one thing you can say about baseball fans in general, is that they're loyal to a fault sometimes. So, so once again, guys, remember, respectful. But talk crap about your team. It's okay. You're allowed to go after the other team. So, once again, guys, Mr. Met says hello. 83 and 48 on the season. LFGM. Got a little Mr. Met in the back. Got the 7-line logo over here. Got the Mets logo over here. And this is special edition porcelain bobblehead, which is, it's not a bobblehead, but it's porcelain. It's about 10 inches high. And the 7-line only gives a certain amount out. And I got number, as you can see, 153 of 500. So, yippee for me. All right, so Clayton Kershaw is on the mound. Mets leading off the bottom of the first. Nimmo, Marte, Lindor. Hasn't changed in a while. Closet Orioles fan? You're damn right I'm a closet Orioles fan. Let's go Orioles. Let's go Orioles. Beat those Yankees.
Justin Turner. Thompson goes to
I love to see teams that nobody expected do well. The Orioles are that team. And they're in the Yankees division, what makes it more fun. All right, Nimmo's coming up. Here we go.
Brandon Nimmo's had a terrific series against the left-handers. He takes Kershaw's first fastball for a strike, 0-1.
Let's go. Start it off.
2 hits against Andrew Heaney the first night, and then 2 more against Tyler Anderson last night. But what he'll always be remembered for this series was the catch he made last night.
Kershaw last pitched on August 4th. Gave up a couple of runs in 4 innings pitched, but left because of lower back pain.
Kershaw first started having back problems in his MVP season in 2014. That's been toward the hole.
That's not going to be an easy play. Wow.
Just beats Nimmo in the bag.
Freddie had him all the way.
So the back problems have been an off and on thing for Kershaw over the last few years. That wasn't what kept him out of the postseason last year. He had a forearm issue and was not able to pitch in the postseason for the Dodgers. But you see the innings pitched numbers have come steadily down. And it's been a source of great frustration for Kershaw. He's always prided himself on his ability to go to the mound and do it regularly, but
Come on, Starling.
this is only his 16th start this year, and they're hoping that they can keep him intact for the postseason. Marte, awful bunt, with corners playing back.
Pain usually starts in the SI joint, the sacroiliac joint for Kershaw.
Remember that Kershaw started the All-Star game this year. He was having a terrific first half. He missed some time early in the season because of a pelvic issue, really related to the same issue at his back. But with the All-Star game at Dodger Stadium, he got the All-Star game start, but back problems cropping up a few weeks later. This is down with the curveball, and it's 2-1.
192 wins, 87 losses, lifetime ERA over 391, now 392 starts, 2.49.
It's all right, Robert. No problem. Good eye by Marte, 3-1.
Slider misses blowing in. It's 3-1.
He's going to be a little careful and respectful to Marte, who's just worn out left-hand pitching this year, 301 against lefties.
Went against Heaney on Tuesday night, against Anderson last night.
Ball 4. 1 out walk for Marte. Lindor coming up. Lindor finally got out of his slump
26th walk of the season for Marte.
and got a couple of hits the last couple of nights. So we'll see if he starts to get going. We all know when Lindor gets hot, he's very hard to get out.
Fabulous in that two. 5-time ERA leader. That is impressive.
Lindor. 3 hits in the first 2 games of this series. And he grounds
Double
one
play
through the middle
ball.
of the diamond.
No, pass to him. Base hit up the middle. Turner was playing way in the hole on shortstop. So that's a base hit. Should have been a double play, but good old shift does it again. So that was should have been a double play ball. But you got first and second, 1 out with Pete Alonso coming up.
That's extreme, Gary.
The thing about it is, the first 2 games they had Turner and the third baseman in that same spot, but they had Lux playing on the left side of the bag.
Oh,
And with the double play order, they left
I'll take it.
on the right side of the bag, so he wasn't there to make that play.
And you know what's amazing is that Turner almost got to the ball. Yes, it's a direct result of the cutter slider that Kershaw throws. They think it's going to be pulled more often than not. Turner back in the same
Here we go.
position.
let's go. Got to make him pay for that blunder of shift. Come on, Pete.
He takes the fastball down.
Not going to be an error. It's going to be a base hit. That's a tough play. Even if Turner gets that ball, I don't even know if he gets any out. Because Marte was basically near second the time the ball got to Turner. Come on, Pete, base hit.
In between the mound and home plate.
Got a nice between second and where Freeman's playing, a big hole on the right side.
Still a big hole between Lutz and Turner.
Good eye. I still think the shift ends up equal more times than not. I think it takes away hits, but I also think it gives up a lot of hits. I love to look at that stat.
They're playing normally.
Come on, Pete.
Dugout right now. The double play and the inning's over.
Base hit right in that hole between first and second. Ooh. He was late on that 92 miles an hour fastball. He was looking breaking ball there. I just don't get why you look breaking ball there. Too many hitters do that.
31 home runs, 105 runs batted in, 54 extra base hits, 9th in the league.
Third left-hander the Dodgers have thrown against the Mets. Pete has swung a lot of fastballs up with the strike zone, swung and missed.
Good eye. 3-1.
3-1. Second time in this inning, he's fallen behind 3-1.
But you can be excused. Darkness to light. I mean, Kershaw is shrouded in darkness here in the day game.
You say there's no ill effect, Keith, but it's hard to believe that doesn't affect you somewhat.
There's enough sunlight, right? It's when it gets halfway, that's when it gets to be tough.
Oh, he missed that pitch.
Again and fouled it back.
It was on that one, though. Fouled straight back.
Perks, I hope I can beat him for you.
Take a vicious cut.
Derek Ruff hitting fifth in the order, waiting on deck.
Metal Mike, listen. Hopefully you Phillies see if they can make the wild card.
Marte in second, Lindor at first.
You guys couldn't beat the Diamondbacks, man. Come on, Pete.
3-2 to Alonso.
All four. Bases loaded for Darren Ruff. And I think this is a good matchup for Darren Ruff, considering the fact that Kershaw does not haven't been catching up the fastballs, hard fastballs, and Kershaw doesn't throw hard. So this is the spot right here. Look, Ruff can earn his blue and orange, so to speak, right here. Come on, Darren.
Well, it's been a rough go for Darren Ruff. He's gotten some at-bats the last few days with the Mets facing lefties. 1 for 6 in the series.
I'll take a sac fly. You got to get a run here.
Ruff is hitting just 189. No homer, 6 runs driven in.
Kind of waiting for his Mets signature moment, but he hasn't had a lot of success against Kershaw.
2 for 17, although 1 of the 2 was a home run. And 1 came against Kershaw this year in late July. And he swings to a first pitch fastball, nothing more.
My Lord.
Sure,
He crushes lefties, but can't hit good lefties. Interesting.
First pitch they see. Because Pete got better as the
Well, of course, Ken. Andy's was in the playoffs. Big difference.
Marte at third,
Come on, Darren.
Lindor
Base it
at
here.
second. Alonso at first. 3 infielders on the left side against Ruff. And
Good
Darren
eye.
lays off the slider and it's 1-1.
Kershaw, when he first came
I agree, Hebrew. That's why I said I'd rather have a quality hitter at DH that can hit lefties and righties at like a 260 clip rather than a platoon with 213 hitters.
And the fall of his career.
Come on, Darren. Base it.
4% of the time this year. Ruff hops it up.
Right in the infield.
And the third baseman, Muncy, under it, catches it in foul territory, and that's the second out.
My Lord.
So Ruff unable to
I'm glad he crushes lefties.
left to Marcano with 2 out.
Oh. Can't blow his chance here to get at least a run.
Wow, look at the fastball usage over the years. That's pretty commonplace when you have as many innings, almost 3,000 innings for Kershaw. And that slider use, that's become his most important pitch.
And what's stayed steady through all of that?
Because Vogelback can't hit lefties.
15-20% of the time.
That's the reason.
Right throughout. This is a nice change of pace. Doesn't really throw a change up. So here's Cannon with the bases loaded and 2 out.
All right, Marcon has been clutch
Cannon's 3
for a
9
couple of
in this
weeks now. We'll see if he can
series.
continue it.
It's a home run this series.
Everybody wanted to praise Epler for what he did at the DH spot.
You can't just go that way. All you're going to see from Kershaw
Not much better.
fastballs in and sliders in.
Come on,
and
Mark,
occasional
base it.
curveball.
And that's a ball.
Slider misses in.
2-0.
It's fascinating to me. The Dodgers throughout this series have shifted against all the right-hand batters. The only time they didn't was in this inning against Lindor. And that's got a chance to score here because of it now. With 2-0 on Cannon, Lux has moved to the right side of the bag, out of the shift. That's interesting, right? And Cannon pops one up.
Pops it up.
Smith comes back for a look.
Foul
They'll
ball.
come back out and play.
All
Jerry,
right.
we're always talking in the booth is can defenses make instantaneous changes to their
Yep.
shifts. Remember how Lindor.
Yeah, I don't see why. I get if Canna was left-handed, a left-handed hitter, and you don't want to put him behind Pete, but Canna's hot. I would put him behind Pete.
Against Cannon when he got
Throw
to
Ruff in the 7th or 8th spot.
after he was shifted on the first 2 pitches.
I don't know the
Come on,
answer to
Mark.
that.
With 1 to Cannon.
All three. All right. Here we go. Canada got nice plate discipline, so.
Kershaw trying to find himself in this first inning. Got to think he's going to keep the ball away here. Try to want to keep it in the ballpark.
Ball 4. 1-0 Mets. All right. Good at bat by Canada. There you go. Listen, this guy throws a lot of garbage up there. Not a lot of times he throws pitches over the plate. Got to be disciplined. Now we got Jeff McNeil. 1-0 Mets. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Come on.
They opted not to send him out for a rehab start. 4 weeks on the sideline since his last outing. And coming back to pitch today, they were hoping to get 4 to 5 innings out of him. And now Dave Roberts
23 pitches in the first for Kershaw. That's a way to get a guy out of the game early. Come on, let's see. Let's do some more damage here. Come on, Jeff. It's the guy you want up in the big spot right here. Base hit type of hitter. Ball 1. He's not throwing strikes. If I'm Jeff McNeil, I'm not swinging until he throws his first strike. He throws a lot of garbage up there.
Starts the day third in the National League in batting. He's got Lindor at third, Alonso at second, and Canna at first. There's a run already in. And Jeff pops one up. This will be playable for Muncy.
My lord.
In foul territory to retire the side. So the Mets get.
Why are you swinging in that spot? I don't get it. So the Mets get 1 run out of that in the first inning. So, all right. Well, at least we got 1. But, again, I don't know why Jeff McNeil is swinging in that spot. A guy who couldn't throw a strike. I would have took a strike there. But, again, Jeff McNeil's the 320 hitter, right? We should have gotten more than 1. You keep this team close enough. This team can do damage on you rather quickly. So, you couldn't let him off the hook there. Should have got at least 2 runs there. And I don't know why Jeff McNeil was hitting in that spot just yet, considering the fact that Kershaw couldn't throw strikes. And, I don't think the umpire was going to give him anything close, considering the fact that he hasn't thrown a lot of strikes. But Mets take a 1-0 lead on a bases loaded walk by Canna. Going to the top of the second, 1-0 Mets. So, could be a lot better, but we got a run. We got the lead. Chris Bassitt coming up in the top of the second. The Dodgers will have a Muncy, Turner, Lux. And, let's be honest, guys. In this game, all right, in this series so far, it's basically game 1. It was basically the bottom of the order that did it for the Dodgers. Yesterday, Mookie with the home run. But other than that, like, the top of the order for the Dodgers haven't done much. It's been the bottom of the order. So, as much as we're like, all right, the bottom of the order, the middle, the bottom of the order is coming up for the Dodgers. They've been pretty good for the Dodgers. So, it was 26 pitches for Kershaw, 25 pitches in the first inning. So you got him to work a little bit, but you got to come out next inning and you got to hit him again. Basically, that's it. You got a couple of hits there, a couple of walks, 3 walks in the inning. Got to get it done. I think this comes back to the fact that the Mets don't hit lefties well. I don't care who it is on the mound. That's a problem. And then, you got Darren Ruff that's supposed to crush left-handers, and he has done absolutely nothing. All right, top of the second, Muncy leading off, Bassitt on the mound, 1-0 Mets.
That's Caldwell, New Jersey. Go to SNY.TV/CHR to enter. Good luck, James. Max Muncy leads off second against Chris Bassitt and takes a strike. Muncy's 0 for 7 in this series. Muncy, Justin Turner, and Gavin Lux for the Dodgers in the second. And the curveball. This is low. The ball and strike. I think Kershaw sort of didn't look quite himself in the bottom of the first. Somehow was able to get out of that inning with just 1 run score.
Sorry, Gary. It's interesting you said that the Dodgers.
KTO, I said it from the beginning. I'd rather have a consistent, good hitter at DH than a guy that is basically 2 guys that are basically all or nothing. And that's what Vogelback and Ruff is. Popped it up.
Muncy flying out to left. And Canada circling out of the shadows into the sunshine.
Whoa.
Puts it down.
Canada had a little bit of trouble there.
Started that ball, but not enough hang time.
1 out.
And Canada was able to get there. 1 out.
San Francisco.
That's why I wanted a guy like Trey Mancini or JD Martinez.
You take it.
I would have took Trey Mancini, no problem.
Certainly the wind had a factor in that. Certainly did. We're always looking up at the flags now, acknowledging that. Yep.
1 out.
Anyway, people want to make a lot of this series. Of course,
Hebrew, I would have took just a professional hitter, right-handed hitter.
Dodger perspective, all that matters.
I don't.
is
I didn't need basically a power hitter. If you would have gave me a 260 average with a guy that has some power, I take that more. Somebody who can hit both lefties and righties. I would have took that. All right, 1 out. Justin Turner at the plate.
You're right.
1-0 Mets. Top of the second.
Players healthy is important as well.
Snags, what's up?
But athletes are competitive, and don't think that the Dodgers and the Mets aren't geared up for this series.
Well, I'm just saying it means a lot more to the Mets. The Mets are still trying to hold off the Braves. Whereas the Dodgers basically have
Right on the bottom of the strike zone, call the ball.
record clinch.
The Mets, until further notice, are win every day.
Exactly. That's why Dave Roberts was able to send Jake Reed out in a safe situation in a one-run game, and the reason why they don't have to worry about Kershaw going out in rehab.
Nice pitch.
First strike to Justin Turner at 22. Last time Justin Turner came to the plate was in the 7th inning yesterday. He hit one over the fence in right center. Then Himmo brought back. That curveball pulled down the line.
That should be a double for Jaron Turner. Left a hanging curveball over the plate, and Turner turned on it. 1 out.
Well, that's some slump against that
Double for
curveball.
Turner.
What's great about Turner, how he can wait. That's a hanger right there. Stayed up. Stayed up and flat. Belt high.
Well, that was definitely a willpower move. Look, I think I know what Billy Epple was trying to do.
That he developed, that lift, that really worked for him. It doesn't work for
I
everyone.
understand what he was trying to do there, but you got 2 all-or-nothing players, and that's not what you need at the DH spot. Basically, that's J.D. Davis and Dominic Smith all over again, right? All or nothing. Joe, that's a good point. Yeah, Vientos is a coveted prospect that the Mets don't want to bring up or trade, so he's basically useless,
With pitcher and shadows.
tearing it up in the minors for him to what? To win the AAA minor MVP. That's a base hit. That should be a run. And they're holding Turner at third. So 1st and 3rd, 1 out for the Dodgers. This is what you don't want to do with the Dodgers. You don't want to keep them running. You don't want to keep them around. Again, the bottom of the order for the Dodgers have been doing everything for this Dodger team.
Each time he could have doubled, Justin Turner just kind of had it in 3rd gear. I think he's got some leg issues. He didn't really kick this thing into 4th gear. He just kind of cruising along.
Justin does not run well these days at age 30.
Yeah, Lux is a good player, solid ball player.
Nice
Got a great swing, too.
Nice little swing.
All right, Trace Thompson up.
So Bassitt has found trouble here in the 2nd. Here's Trace Thompson with 1st and 3rd and 1 out. And the inability of the Mets to get more than 1 run against Kershaw in the 1st inning, moving large already.
Well, the one thing I've seen, and I mentioned in the opening, but I didn't mention it too, but is that these guys, both sides, do not swing a lot of bad pitches. They make the pitchers throw strikes. We've seen so many teams that just flail and swing hard. There are also just a lot of mediocre hitters out there, but not these 2 squads. Pitchers got to really focus and work.
Thompson runs decent, so a double play ball is not going to be easy if the ball sits slow. Ooh, where was that pitch?
Somewhere. Nick says it was inside, and it's 3-0.
Got to be careful with this 3-0 pitch here. A lot of batters like to swing in a 3-0 count. All right, that's a strike. Well, Roberto, it's been like that for the last 2 weeks now for the Mets. They've had the whole lineup's not all clicking on all cylinders, and that's been a problem. Nice pitch. That was a high slider. It wasn't a pitch that you would want to hit. All right, full count. Here we go.
So we feel your prejudice. I bet you both have no knowledge of the strike zone. 3-2 with one out. Lux at first. See if he's running. He's not. And Thompson takes outside.
Right underneath the strike zone.
And that loads him up.
That call could have went either way, but it looked like a ball. That was a nice pitch, though.
So now he is in Bassitt's encountering an inning much like Kershaw first.
Bases loaded, one out. Kershaw got out of it. Can the Mets do it? That was a ball. It was close.
Found his way into a bases-loaded jam.
But what you doing? You're giving a breather to Kershaw, which is not what you wanted there. Again, the bottom of the order for the Dodgers.
Bases-loaded and one out. And Chris Taylor coming to the plate for his first.
You know, if you don't get a double play here, you're gonna have Mookie Betts coming up.
131 strikeouts.
And first pitch curveball.
Nice curveball.
That's a strike. Let's come off the bat.
I thought it was a good pitch. I thought it was in the strike zone.
But Lenz called it a foul tip.
Come on, Chris. Come on.
Year for the Dodgers. Last
Come on.
year, it's been a down season for him. Now to play just about everywhere for you.
Strike two.
And the slider catches the outside.
Hebrew, they didn't give away Justin Turner like they gave away Daniel Murphy. Daniel Murphy didn't sign. The Mets didn't want to sign Daniel Murphy for whatever stupid reason. But Justin Turner was DFA because of his attitude, and the Mets didn't like it. That's a different story. They didn't have a chance to. They didn't want to sign Daniel Murphy. And it was clear, even after the playoffs, that it wasn't the case. Similar reasons, but very big difference.
Off the cutter. 1 and 2.
You know, Taylor had a tough second half last season as well, all erased by the walk-off wild card home run he hit against the St. Louis Cardinals and his work in the postseason.
He was an all-star last year for the first time.
Come on, Bassitt.
He's turned 32 years old.
He's got that little funky wiggle.
Floats one out to right. Toward the line comes Marte.
Oh, it drops.
In the score comes Turner. Lux big waves home now. The throw coming in from Lindor, and now the third runner is tagged out.
Well, that helped us.
At the plate. After 2 runs scored to give the Dodgers a 2-1 lead.
All right, 2-1 Dodgers.
Throw went into second base, which enables Lux to come home. Lindor's throw was too late, but then Thompson tried to score as well, and he was thrown out.
I got to see if Thompson had to be held up here. But here's the flare. That's the right play by Marte to throw into second base, prevent the double. I'd like to see what the heck went on at third base with Thompson. He's out by a mile. Last time I saw
All right, well, we got 2 outs here.
Yep. Stadium.
Well, that time both runners got tagged out of the plate by
Oh.
Paul Duca.
The Dodgers kind of ran themselves out of the inning, even though it's 2 runs there. Could have been a lot worse.
With 2 out.
Oh, man. The only problem there is if Marte had thrown to the cutoff man at Monzo, Taylor would not have gone to second, and Lux was holding up at third base.
He's not going to score.
It was not. He only scored because the throw went to second.
It's crowded.
Well, Ethan, that's not true. They actually had good at-bats. The only bad at-bat was rough.
For Taylor, 2 RBIs,
Honestly.
And then the play on Thompson goes 9-6-2. Okay, second out.
All right, 2-1 Dodgers. Nice pitch.
Jets fouls one to the ground, and it's 1-2.
And the shadows are going to make it tough. Here's a play up above. The runner at first gets a good read, everybody. Third base coach now, check in. He's sending the back runner. Yes, he
didn't say anything to him because he was too concentrated on Lux. I guess he figured Thompson would know enough to stop at third.
That's the second time that the third base coach has made a boo-boo.
Evil, where he was stopping and then sent the runner earlier in the series.
I didn't see Michael Conforto sign that 2-year deal for the Astros, but they don't want him anymore because he can't be a part of the postseason roster. So, oh well.
It was hard to tell because at first he didn't even give Lux an indication. Lux stopped, and then he started waving him home.
You're halfway down the line. You wave the runner and the lead runner easily. The second runner, you wave, and then you run back to third base and you hold up the back runner. And that's simple.
In his defense, though, I mean, come on, Thompson. You're not going to score from first base on a ball that's going into second base.
Thompson, when he makes that turn, well, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
You kind of have to be a third base coach there.
You got to look over your shoulder as you round the bag. But still, you got no help from the third base coach.
Yeah,
you're right.
So to the Mets, who popped up his first time up. Wacky beginning to this game. Between Kershaw and driving.
All right, full count. The Bassitt to Mets.
Weird play of the plate.
Would you say 2015 was the last time that Kershaw walked in a run?
Yeah.
Craziness.
It's also the only time the Mets ever beat Kershaw. That was in Game 1 of the division series. Ron out pitched him. Taylor will be running 3-2 to Mets. And he hits it on the ground.
Ball should end the inning.
Got it.
And it does. All right, well, Dodgers get 2 runs in the second inning. Wasn't a lot of hard contact from anybody, basically, except for the Lux hit. Other than that, that was basically a pop-up that fell in, but Marte was playing more towards the gap, so that run scored. And Marte threw it to second, which gave the second run in because, well, that's what's going to happen. But you know what? The Dodgers just made a base running blunder. And you know what? They're not playing as well either. So as much as everybody wants to give the Dodgers credit, they just made as many mistakes as the Mets just did in the first inning. So in the first 2 innings. So, you know, I'm not worried about Chris Bassitt at all. He's the type of guy that gives up 2 runs. You know, he is your number 3 starter. I think people forget about that. You know, he's not your ace. You know, he's a guy that does give up a couple of runs, but you know what? He constantly saves the bullpen, constantly throws 6-7 innings, and I trust him enough to probably not give up more than 3. So what the Mets got to do, the Mets got to score runs. They're having opportunities just as much as the Dodgers have. And the Dodgers haven't capitalized much in this series either. So, you know, for 2 best teams in baseball in the National League, it's kind of hard the fact that they haven't scored a lot of runs, both teams. You know, the only bad at bat in this for the Mets so far was Darren Ruff. You can't pop up in the infield. You just can't do it. You know, Cannon took a nice walk. McNeil, unfortunately, didn't get the job done, but the Mets had the opportunities with a couple of guys on, and the bases loaded with 1 out. You have to do better than that. And you know what? 1 out, bases loaded for the Dodgers. They got 2 runs, and it only should have been 1. So, you know, they ran themselves out of an inning too. Yeah, I don't have no problem with Chris Bassitt. I think he's your number 3. Like, I mean, look at number 3s around the league. How many number 3s are really good? All right, bottom of the second, Escobar leading off, 2-1 Dodgers.
So Escobar leads off against Clayton Kershaw, who fires a fastball for a strike. Escobar's got 2 home runs in his career against Kershaw, 4 for 20.
That inning could have been a big blow-up for the Mets. A little gift there.
Nasty slap, nasty curveball.
Each of the last 2 half innings. I mean, the Mets could have gotten a whole lot more against Kershaw. The Dodgers could have gotten a whole lot more against Bassitt. That's just a round and a half.
Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't go at all. Wow. Huh. Come on.
Caller there. Up 2. Up as well. Oh, now the Rabbiters here. Rabbiters like that's the first base.
He didn't go.
Reacted to what he's hearing from the dugout.
He didn't go. That wasn't even close.
That's close. It's close.
Wow.
Okay.
So
All right, James McCann coming up with one out in the
so
second.
It told you it was the first time Kershaw had walked in a run since 2015. It was the first time he walked 3 in the first inning since 2010, 12 years ago. So, first start coming off.
Yeah, somebody's got to do some damage in this bottom of the yard.
It was a little bit of wide for Kershaw in the first, but gave up just the 1 run.
Escobar's check swing looked like a reputation check swing. What I mean by that Kershaw, if it's either check or not, he's going to get the call.
Like softball receiver, but
No.
he doesn't.
James McCann struck out in all 3 of his at-bats in the opening game of the series. Coors Light beating the pressure, with recent franchise history. 2 Hall of Famers ahead of Kershaw.
Wow. That's advanced.
You know, the bigger thing with James McCann wasn't the fact of his average. The fact that even when he was with the White Sox, he had, 15, 16 home runs. You know, he don't even provide power, which is even worse. That's the biggest problem that I have with James McCann. Not that he doesn't hit for average, because I never thought he was going to hit for average. But his power is basically non-existent. At least he had 15, 16 home runs for the White Sox. Like, he don't even provide that. That's the problem. Oh, that's in the gap. Oh, he's going to catch that. And, of course, he hits it hard right at somebody. Well, they were playing him towards left center, and can't do nothing there.
This is the first runner, Ted. That's automatic. He's holding up initially the back runner on second base. Now he waves it forward, and he totally forgets about the third base runner. And he waves his hands in frustration because it moved too fast for him.
Now, in fairness, the second runner, Lutz, he was holding him
Nimmo down the line, foul.
until the throw into second base, and then he waved him home.
So that was a good play. They took advantage of a throw by Marte behind the runner.
Forgot about the third runner.
It was a rough series.
Yes, he had.
He's talking with Clayton Kershaw, their first base coach.
Fouls off the curveball, and it's 0-2.
I think Nito puts together better at bats than James McCann, though.
And that fastball didn't get the call. Asks Nicholas where it was, since it looked like he's black.
This is the conversation that goes to the pitcher's head. Is that pitch down? Umpire confirms that. The pitcher thinks, come on.
And clean inning for Clayton Kershaw. After his rough first inning, Mets do not get anything going in the second inning. Dodgers lead 2-1. Well, I saw Hebrew talked about Brandon Nimmo and his base running problems. It's gotten a lot better. The only thing you can critique Nimmo over the last year and a half is his base running, his stolen bases that he does not do. He's just not a base stealer. And you know what? Yankee fans talked about that with Brett Gardner. Had tremendous speed, but never was confident in stealing bases. That's the Brandon Nimmo. If Brandon Nimmo was a guy who stole 15 bases a year, he'll be even more dangerous of a player. But because he doesn't do that, he's a fast runner. So, but again, I can count numerous times in, 3-4 years ago when Nimmo had no idea what base running was. And he was bad base runner. But he got a lot better. He's got a lot better defensively. And I think he is still the same Nimmo that we always expected, with a little bit more power. Nimmo's a good player, a really good player. Now, you can determine if he deserves $100 million over 4 or 5 years. That's a decision that the Mets have to make. And I honestly think, where are you going to go otherwise if you don't sign Brandon Nimmo? That's the problem that the Mets are going to run into. It's not the fact that, some people might say, all right, Nimmo doesn't deserve $100 million. But if you look around what's available in the offseason and what are in the system, the Mets have all infielders that are in the top 10 in their prospects. Alex Ramirez is not ready yet, so you can't bring him up. So other than that, the Mets don't have no choice but to sign Brandon Nimmo. Do you want Andrew Benintendi? Because that's the other better option that you have. So, all right, so here we go. Top of the third, 2-1 Dodgers.
Trey Turner had a base hit to right field his first time up. And first pitch curveball swung and missed. 0-1. Turner, Freeman, and Smith for the Dodgers in the third against Chris Bassitt. Had himself a 26-pitch slog in the second.
I think the fact that I don't think Nimmo is I think you lose a lot from what Nimmo brings to the table at the plate if you bat him anywhere else. If you bat him 6th or 7th, I don't think the best things Nimmo can do is at leadoff. If you put him 6th or 7th, he doesn't really help the situation. Ground ball. And 1 out.
Still gets down the line as fast as anybody from the right side of the plate.
You're not going to bat him 9th, Hebrew, only because of the fact that you got 2 hitters in Escobar and McCann that you can't move up in the order. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't help this lineup. And Nimmo's good enough getting on base where you want him up when you want him on base with Marte and Lindor and Alonso. Ground ball should be 2 outs, and it is. Quick 2 outs. Yeah, Escobar does have a strong arm. That's the one thing I like about Escobar. You know what? Escobar gets to a lot of plays.
Freddie was telling me that he did not realize, actually physically in Atlanta again, how badly he had to go back for clear. He did not realize how much he was still carrying with him. And then to be there on that day, as it looks like the Dodgers.
I don't know what the Dodgers are. Dave Roberts is pissed.
Now Nick Lentz and Dave Roberts are going to go face to face on this.
He said that was a certain word that he quick pitched Freeman. I think that's what he's trying to say. That was now we're going to have a.
That's the crew chief.
So apparently Roberts is complaining about the quick pitch that Bassitt had.
There's no do-overs. I'm not sure what's the conversation about at this point.
Talk about it after the game. In your locker room.
Unless time was granted, that's about the only thing that they could talk about here. That would negate the play on Freeman since no pitches.
All right, hold on.
And now they're coming over toward show wall. This is going to be so right here.
If they change this, Buck is going to get hot under the collar.
Fascinating to see what the outcome of this is going to be.
Do you think the umpires will announce?
It's not a balk because there's nobody on base. The problem is, apparently they might have somebody called time. I don't know.
So here's Freeman. Okay.
What's he doing?
That signal is from the home plate umpire.
But Freeman is the second batter in the inning, right?
Did he not put time back in? Is that what it was? The time was out?
And he never put
time back in. That could be the case.
All right, so something else is going on about the
What is
lights.
going on? I think there's something.
I don't think it's anything about the at bat, guys. Something's going on with the lights or something. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Maybe it was the lights.
They didn't turn the lights on.
It might be starting.
Yeah. Lights are firing.
All right, so it's nothing to do with the at bat. It's more about the lights. That the lights are not on. I don't know.
I'm at lost with it.
It looks like they're looking at the lights.
It's about time or no time.
Yeah, but you know what? With the shadows, it can make it extremely dark in the daytime. So I think you would have put the lights on. That might be the issue, which I agree with.
If they're not 100% on, then the inning can't start. Precisely.
One team can't have an advantage. There had already been a batter, right? Trey Turner saw 4 pitches in that at bat before that signal that we saw Nick Lentz give upstairs.
Well, now they're waiting for the lights to fire.
Yeah, they're waiting for the lights to come on.
I'm looking at the lights and they're not going on. So it's understandable that they would ask for the lights to be turned on to try and clean up some of the shadows. And it appears that we're going to be waiting.
Or Buck's going down to call or to see about the only thing that in charge of the stadium ops.
The lights I can see from where we sit are in top and left field, and they are not going on at all. We get a shot of the ones behind home plate to see if those are firing up. Because there we go. So maybe there's just a problem getting the lights turned on.
Dave Roberts was pretty angry.
I wonder if we go back and look before the Trey Turner at bat, whether the umpires made a signal before the inning began to turn the lights on. And maybe there's been a problem in terms of getting the lights fired up. Because you'll see now they're just starting to come on a little bit.
So the bad thing here with 2 outs, you got Bassitt waiting around, which is never good.
Just one little line of lights is going on.
When you remember, Ron, when the mercury vapor lights came in, they took them a while to fire up. I don't know if that's the case today. It looks to me like the bank on the right is just shut down.
So let's look prior to Turner's at bat.
All right, so it's definitely the lights that are the issue.
So he's telling them to turn the lights on before Turner's at bat.
Yeah, fire them up. Let's go.
And I guess he just assumed that they had gone on. They didn't wait to see if
Ken is sitting Indian style on the left field.
2 of his hitters have been retired without the lights having been fired on.
Because he used the magic word at one point, Dave, which means that he wasn't happy with what was transpiring.
Now, Bassitt has not been warming up all this time. And now he tells the home plate umpire, I need some warm-ups.
I am a little bit surprised that with the shadows that the lights just weren't on from the get-go.
I completely agree with that. Normally, for these late afternoon games, they will turn them on just to try and even things up.
Yeah, but KT, you got to understand, the field is in shadow. And with the lights, it takes away a little bit of the shadow. So I understand why Roberts is a little upset, because it was more the umpire that said the lights turn on. And he started the inning anyway, so the lights are coming on.
So these do take a while to fire up.
So now the lights are starting to come on, but
all right, so the bat's happening, 2 outs, nobody on.
Without them on, then the Mets presumably would have full power in the bottom of the inning.
Exactly. The Mets are going to get the bottom of the third, and it's not right.
Will Smith bats with 2 out and nobody on.
All right, get out of this inning. Let's go.
Outs. The Bassitt generated from Turner and Freeman.
So it's hard to see on TV, but what the lights do, it kind of eliminates a little bit more of the shadow that the field provides, the sun provides, with all the different shadows on the field. All right, strike two.
Someone not from this plant dropped in, saw this game from where it started the last.
Because it does look very dark on the field, to be honest.
It matters. It really matter to these kids.
Well, there's that, and there's the fact that last night we had a splendidly played airtight game in 2 hours and 19 minutes, and we have had exactly the opposite of the first 2+ innings of this game. We've already got the bases loaded.
I mean, it is a possibility that this is Robert's plan, to be honest, too.
You know, it's got the blinders on, whatever it takes.
Just to, cut down on the sun.
Oh, it was really an oversight.
3-2, and Smith drives one out to center.
And it should end the inning. And it does. So after that long top of the third, Ken, I don't know. I see your comment now. I don't know. Did somebody, I don't know. I don't know, Ken. But we're going to the bottom of the third, still 2-1 Dodgers. So with that delay in the top of the third, it was based on the lights. Everybody thought it was the quick pitch from Bassitt to Freeman, but that wasn't the case. It was the lights. Apparently, right before the inning started, when Turner was ready to come up to the plate to start the inning, the umpire went like this and went like this, which I'm assuming turned the lights on, but he started the inning. That's the umpire's call. So that's the umpire's fault. You can't. There ain't no take backsies. All right, the out is an out. The 2 outs happened already. So too late for that. So yeah, I don't know KTO honestly, but there ain't no, again, it's a weird day in, with a 4 o'clock start, because that's when the shadows start popping up. You notice when there's a 1 o'clock game, you'll see it in the 7th or 8th inning when the shadows start to come. So yeah, I agree. The lights should have came on before time, but that's the umpire's call, right? The umpire has when the game starts, the hands are the game is in the umpire's hands, and that goes for the lights as well. So again, I'm not. Again, Roberts. Again, you have a right to do that. I mean, it kind of makes sense when the umpire says put the lights on, and then he starts the inning anyway. But you also can't just have Chris Bassitt warm up and then hold the inning for a half hour until the lights come on. So yeah, but Eric, it's not the point of you're looking at the shadows from a TV angle. When you're on the field with those lights, the shadows are a lot less when you're on the field. It's a big difference. Big difference. If you play baseball, if you played night games in high school or college, you'll notice the difference, or even afternoon games in college where I played a lot of around the 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock hour. It's definitely it can be a problem if the lights are not on. Like it's very hard to see. It gets very dark on the field. So I get now the lights are on, so we're good. Bottom of the third, 2-1 Dodgers. Marte, Lindor, Alonso.
Starling Marte takes a strike, 0-1. Marte walked and scored in the first inning. It just dawned on me.
And if you notice, look how much lighter it looks on TV now.
Dave Roberts, lights. We had a 6.5 minute delay. We interrupted a Steve Gelb story in order to cover what was going on. And we never went back to Steve.
Why didn't we go back to him for a light situation?
I'm just thinking we were being a little disrespectful.
Okay.
You think if he had something in a light situation, I'm sure that he would have chimed in. But right now, he looks like he's in full relaxation.
Well, KTU, they should have. But again, that's why Dave Roberts is so mad about, got angry with the umpires, because that's the umpire's call. So that's the problem.
Pressing issues, Steve.
Sure. It's not that I thought you talking about the
Exactly,
issues
Christian.
wrong. It's you saying you didn't realize.
See if Marte can get it started in the third.
I've been waiting with bated breath to see what's coming next. Steve, the way you want. You know what? I'm going to finish this story the next time Freddie Freeman comes up. Okay? That's a teaser.
We'll be holding our breath.
Strike
for that.
three, nice pitch.
Strike three
Well,
call. Kershaw gets
Hall of Famer Kershaw,
Kershaw all of a sudden
you know,
struck out 3 of the last 4.
got a nice little rust for the first 2 innings here. So It's not what you wanted to do with Kershaw.
Fastball command. You did not have it in the first. And
Yeah, the Alonso burger is, I believe, on the first base side in the corner.
Look at that shadow line running straight across the field.
So 1 out. Lindor up.
Here's Lindor, who hit one through the left side for a base at his first time up. And this time they have a full shift on against Lindor, which they did not the last time.
Kershaw's throwing a lot less fastballs now, and a lot more curveballs and sliders.
301 strikeout.
Yep. There's not enough room for all the accomplishments for the big lefty from Dallas. I see that Gilligan got in there.
Gilligan. Like Bob Denver Gilligan?
Yeah. Bob Denver.
Oh, there he is.
Yes. There's Levy. There's Levy.
With Mr. Powell.
Yep.
I've got Mickey Mantle and Marvin Killebrew and Sandy Koufax on the other side.
This game might be a 4-hour tour, so.
Yes, disrespectful. How about the baseball card saying Bob Clement?
Yeah, that's not right.
That's disrespectful. Maybe it was a rookie. I don't think so. I think that was a 65 card.
Oh, Frankie.
2-2 coming, and he struck it out.
Throwing all sliders and curveballs.
Racking up the strikeout, so it's 3 in a row and 4 last 5.
And went primarily with the slider to Lindor. Fastballs to Marte, sliders to Lindor. What will he do or feature with Pete?
Alonso walked his first time up on 3 walks issued by Kershaw in the first inning. Last of which forced a run.
All right, Pete, come on. Foul ball. Way out in front of that pitch.
Very quick.
Well, you know what? Kershaw completely changed what he did in the first 2 innings. All he's thrown is breaking balls, sliders and curveballs. Not many fastballs at all. There it goes. Slider first pitch, curveball second pitch.
The Mets have their own representative, Carlos Carrasco, who's done the same off the field as well.
By the way, we should see out the mound this weekend against the Nationals. It's a little unsure of the rotation for the series coming up. Scherzer pitched Sunday, so tomorrow.
Well, we all know they should have scored more than 1 run, probably at least 2. But you know what? The Dodgers should have scored at least 4. Honestly, the way the Mets kind of screwed up that inning.
Scherzer have to throw it around today and see what he preferred. That's how they announced that
Come on,
after the game
Pete.
today. Alonso pulls one and
Woof! Right to Turner on the backhand.
and throw him out.
Alonso crushed that ball. That would be a base hit, but they were playing him to pull, and Turner was more in the hole than usual, and they're out of the inning. So going to the top of the foot, 2-1, Dodgers. Again, that was a long delay. The Mets had the opportunity to get to Kershaw very early, and I don't care how old Kershaw gets or how injured he gets. He's still a Hall of Famer. He's still one of the best pitchers to ever pitch. And you know what? He throws a lot of garbage up there. He don't have he didn't even throw his fastball. I think he threw it once in this inning. He's changing it up, and you still got that nasty curveball. You still got a nice slider. That's what it is, So we're going to the top of the foot, 2-1 Dodgers. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button if you haven't already. Both teams had opportunities to score more than 2 runs. In the Dodgers' case, it should have been 3 or 4 if they would have held up Trace Thompson. it would have been first and third, 1 out with Mookie Betts coming up instead of a guy on the first with 2 outs with Mookie Betts. So could have been a bigger inning if Thompson didn't try to score all the way from first. And that ran them out of a big inning. Well, Todd, it's not about the older player. It was more of the fact that they could have done better with just – look, they used Holderman, Davis, and 3 lower-level minor leaguers to get Vogelback and Ruff combination. That's 5 players. How about using 3 or 4 of those players to get a quality bat at DH that can hit righties and hit lefties? And there was numerous guys out there. Listen, do you think I really care if the Mets would have traded Mark Vientos to the Orioles or the Red Sox for JD Martinez or Trey Mancini? No. And I said this when they made that deal with Ruff. I would rather keep JD Davis over Ruff because JD Davis is a better hitter than Ruff. It's just very simple. All right? Top of the 4th, 2-1 Dodgers. Muncy leading off.
Be out of position in left field so that Bassitt didn't throw a pitch before we came back from commercial.
It's hot, red hot.
He really is. Muncy flying out to left his first time up. Muncy, Justin Turner, and Lutz up for the Dodgers in the 4th. Presumably, Bassitt will be able to throw this entire inning without a
Yeah, Todd, he was a no upgrade for a week. After that, he hasn't been that good. He's batting his average.
Dave Freed,
What he did his whole career.
Bias in the middle of the inning. I mean, he's supposed to be keeping track of this. How does he know what's going on if he was?
He doesn't know much.
Nice curveball. Strike 3 on 3 pitches.
Strikes out the curveball. Bassett's got his first strike.
Yeah, I agree, Joe, because you know what? When Marte and Cannon was hitting,
This is how this works.
Nimmo,
Back in with his
Lindor,
breakout
Alonso
hits.
weren't hitting.
First three
And we're going
appearances
back
in the inning.
differently now. Now, Cannon's still hitting. Marte's hitting.
Russ has got a back
Nimmo is
against
okay,
Lindor.
but
Then he
Lindor
feels a little
just starting to get a
embarrassed
couple of base
sitting
hits,
there
but hasn't done
picture.
much. And Alonso the same thing.
No, wait, Dave is so indecisive.
You know, and then when you go back to your bottom of the order with Escobar and McCann, well, they're not doing their job.
This is our booth. What? They gamble. Steak turkey. Oh, got the look from Gary. Oh.
Here's what
I think Ruff and Vogelback. I think Ruff has an option, and I think Vogelback has 1 more year.
We're going to get the world's biggest booth.
Well, everybody forgot that J.D. Davis was still coming back from that wrist injury. And I still think J.D. Davis is better than Ruff by a lot. And that's going to drop. Damn. That sucks. Nothing you can do there.
That's fine. You think they can retrofit us a different growth in this ballpark? Could we find
We can request to move the general manager's office is the suite is next to us.
Right.
You can kind of bang out the walls and tighten them up a little bit.
Right. And where's Billy going?
Well, Billy can tighten up.
See, I feel as though we should push out forward. I think we should take Al's spot.
Okay.
Well, Gavin Lux has been basically the star of this series. The Mets can't get him out.
We could build it on top of the Reese's peanut butter cup wrappers.
There he is.
There we are. Was it a right?
I want to know, Billy, I thought it was a good idea to put the camera positions in front of the announcer. Who thought that was a good idea?
I'd like to keep an eye on Al.
Nice
The
pitch.
change up by Bassitt is one along the line.
Yeah, that's an impossible ball right there. It's hit him where you ain't. That's basically what happened. I don't think Vientos is ever going to be a Met. I think they're going to trade him in the offseason. The same reason why I thought they should have traded them now. Double play ball. Oh, he's safe. I think he is safe. That was a bad turn.
Well, let's see if the
That was way too lackadaisical for the. Yep, they're challenging it, so he might be out. Definitely out. End of inning. He's out. Beat him by a step.
He's definitely out. So many missed calls at first base. I guess
should be the end of the inning.
Swing call earlier in the game. No need to give him any double play. I mean, you'd think with the lights turned on, they'd be able to see the call. This should be a slam dunk for Dan Iasonia and Larry Vanover, who are the crew chiefs of the replay center this week.
The camera was a little late, so you couldn't really see. The camera was a little bit late, so couldn't really tell, but the replay was obvious. He's out. He's out. All right, going to the bottom of the fourth. Mets still trail 2-1 against the Dodgers. Yeah, and to going back, like I said, I don't like to talk about offseason yet. I like to talk about this season. And it's glaring. The fact that 2-3 weeks before the deadline, when Dominic Smith and J.D. Davis were basically useless at DH, you could have brought up Mark Vientos. Right during the trade deadline, there was rumors saying that if the Mets didn't make a deal for a DH, that they would have brought up Mark Vientos. So was that just a way to get teams to work with the Mets a little bit more with a DH, a bat for DH, or was it just giving the fans a little bit of hope if they didn't make a move at DH? I think that's more the case. And now, when Ruff is a absolute zero, and Vogelback is not the crusher of right-handers, I don't know Mark Vientos splits. If somebody wants to check that, please do. But can he be much worse than Ruff and Vogelback? I don't know. I rather would have went after Trey Mancini or JD Martinez, two guys that I know in their career can hit both lefties and righties. Obviously, they always hit against righties, so it makes sense that they're really good players. So you expect them to hit right-handers, and they can hit left-handers. So that makes no sense to me. So I think, honestly, if Epler would have stopped prospect hugging, which he was more concerned about holding on to Vientos, then, if you want to build a farm system, you just don't build them in your top 15. All right. Those lower level prospects are not in the top 30, but you build a farm system in your entire farm system, not just, your top 15 or top 20. And you have a team here that we have the best closer in baseball, the best starting rotation, definitely the best 1 and 2. And the same thing goes for the bullpen. If you can narrow the gap between your starters and Diaz, you have something going for you. All right, Darren Ruff is leading off the bottom of the fourth. See if Ruff can actually get on base here.
Darren Ruff fouled out his first time up, and he takes a fastball for a strike, 1-1.
Well, Kershaw seems to have just settled in.
Well, that's what I said earlier, Robert. The Dodgers haven't been playing crisp baseball either. They've made a lot of mistakes in this series as well. Yeah, I always said this. I thought J.D. Davis needed playing time every day over Dominic Smith. And another strikeout from Ruff. What else is new? Crushing left-handers, yes. No, Alderson didn't have none. That's all Billy Epler. If you look at Billy Epler's career, he's always not made big trades when it came to prospects. He's always had that issue. Joe, I think it's the same, honestly, because I think it's just New York in general. All right, let's see if Marcano can get something started in the fourth.
Same old Kershaw to me. We've seen over the years, Ronnie.
To an 0 to count it. And he goes after that slider.
There's such variance on that pitch. You'll see it.
Both teams don't look crisp in this series, honestly.
Sometimes it comes out like a
game one, the Mets had the opportunity to win that ball game in the ninth. Yesterday, the Dodgers had the opportunity to win it or to take the lead in the ninth. And it's a close game right now.
3 on the left side against Canna. And the fastball catches the outside.
Canna looked at a fastball a little high on the strike zone.
Since that first inning, the Mets have been 1 ball hard. McCann lined out to center field in the second. And Kershaw has been dominating everybody else. He bounces the slider to Canna, and it's 3-2.
I don't think it's the way we go after free agents. I know we had a very good offseason. The problem is, we prospect hug. Epler had that issue too. There wasn't a lot of trades the Angels make with prospects. They signed a lot of people. The problem is you got to stop prospect hugging, especially prospects that have no spot on this team.
3-2 coming. And he struck
Another strikeout with the slider.
So back-to-back strikeouts for Kershaw is now fed 6 of the last 8 batters. And that slider.
Yeah, see, that's very good for Vientos. Well, if that's the splits between lefties and righties for Vientos, this guy should have been out, and he should have never made a trade for a right-handed bat. It's very simple.
On track, presented by Amtrak. That's Jeff McNeil's August.
Todd, that might be an issue, but Dominic Smith was complaining more of J.D. Davis.
I'll take it.
Kershaw in the first inning, he might only made about 55, 60 pitches, pitching under that kind of duress, but things have come easy in the last 3.
I mean, what a turnaround, man. Mets let him off the hook in that first inning. A couple of pop-ups from Ruff and McNeil have allowed Kershaw to sidestep what could have been a disastrous first inning. And he has been practically perfect since. One to McNeil. So Jeff McNeil's OPS in July was 573. His OPS in August was 973.
400.
He's 0 for 1 in September. And he takes the fastball on the knees for a strike, and it's 1-2. And McNeil gets a curveball and fouls it off. Kershaw's only mixed in a handful of curveballs in this game.
You know, his curveball has got velocity. He spins it. It's not a slow curve. It is a snapping curve.
Most guys try to pull down on their curve. He casts it into the air.
McNeil rolls over down to
Ground
first.
ball.
And Kershaw covering, and McNeil.
And he's out. I don't know. It's close.
To the bag. And as Kershaw came over to cover, and the 3-1 put out ends the inning.
He might be safe.
Close, but he was out.
Well, they're not challenging it, so it should be the end of the inning, and it looks like it's ending the inning. So Mets didn't do anything in the 4th inning, going to the top of the 5th, 2-1 Dodgers. Again, looking in this series, both teams left a ton of men on base. A couple of bad base running errors, blunders by both teams. And listen, nobody's really hitting in this series here. So yeah, we have one hit, but you know what? That's Clayton Kershaw. The Mets never hit Clayton Kershaw. The Mets can't hit lefties, and that's been determined. And remember, Darren Ruff is supposed to change that. It's not happening. Again, we're going to keep on beating the dead horse. with this. I'd rather have a 260 quality hitter who can hit lefties and righties with a little bit of pop. Because let's be honest, Vogelback's been here, a month now? He has 3 home runs. Ruff has none. And he's supposed to be that guy you put in against left-handers. Well, when you're a 213 hitter for nearly your entire career, you don't think the Giants were putting him in with left-handers? Why is he batting 213? Because he's not a very good hitter. He's an all-or-nothing hitter. Vogelback, all-or-nothing hitter. He clearly doesn't have speed. At least Ruff, every now and then, can play first base. Vogelback can't. And you got rid of Holdeman, who was really good for the Mets in the bullpen. So, and again, Billy Epler, look, he tried to fix the DH spot with another platoon. I don't think that was a good idea. Platoons usually don't work because when one guy's hot and they throw in a righty or a lefty, well, that one guy who's hot, who can't hit those pitchers, you're not putting in the game. So that's the problem that I have. All right, top of the 5th, 2-1 Dodgers. Bassitt still on the mound, still holding them to 2 runs. Let's see what he can do here.
And Ronnie, you were right about that number with the Rockies at Truist Park in Atlanta.
A place where the Rockies have been successful on the road.
Yes, one of the few. Terrible on the road.
Trace Thompson walked his first time up, then was thrown out of the plate on that bizarre play where the Dodgers got their 2 runs in the second. And he takes a curveball for a strike from Bassitt. It's 0-2. Thompson was at first. Chris Taylor dumped a single into right. Justin Turner scored. Gavin Lux scored with a throw into second. Thompson tried to score as well and was thrown out easily. Slider outside 1-2. Thompson playing center field today with Cody Bellinger getting the day off. And for Bellinger, struggled mightily through the first 2 games of the series.
Yeah, but J.D. Davis actually did better than what Ruff has done.
And he held it in time. 2-2. Bassitt's last outing worked into the 8th inning against Colorado. Been an innings eater. When he comes inside with the fastball, misses 3-2. He's up over 150 innings now with a month to go in the season. This 150 is the new 200, which used to be the new 300. And it's on the outside.
Strike 3.
Great call. Thompson caught looking for the first down.
Yeah, but Steve, that was 1969, all right? The Mets didn't have, that I want to talk about 50 years ago, all right? Talking about this year. Platoons don't work in the DH spot, especially when they're righty-lefty. It just doesn't. It really doesn't. I want to show you something. For everybody who was okay with Ruff getting traded to the Mets, pre-All-Star break average, 227. Post-All-Star break, 159. Against lefties, 234. Against righties, 196. I'm sorry. That's not crushing lefties. I don't like that at all. At least J.D. Davis provided better at-bats. Well, it wasn't about trading for Ruff. It's what you traded for Ruff. It's stupid. That's the problem that I have. You're paying Ruff a couple more $1 million than you are J.D. Davis. I know money's not an issue, but you got a young player in J.D. Davis who, in 2019, was one of your better players in your lineup. And then he got hurt in 2021 with his wrist. And still actually recovering from that, actually.
Seen it in a while. That's right. Yes.
Nice pitch. Agato, I don't agree with that. In 2019, J.D. Davis was a big part of the lineup when the Mets went on that run in August.
Before the game, where we're going to defend these players, and they have.
We all know why the 69 Mets won. They won because of their defense and their pitching.
That's driven out to left center.
I think Nimmo got that.
Nimmo,
There you go.
2 out. So the 2 step aside for Bassitt in the 5th. Nice catch by Nimmo, but few will equal the one he did.
So for everybody who wants to talk about J.D. Davis, right? Lefties and righties. Let me go with average here. Give me a second.
No time to time it. Yeah, but you run for yourself into the fence. Was home well after he made the catch.
Just a great reaction.
Oh, Chris.
Best part.
And that's going to fall in for a base hit.
The best part was he got a smile like Jake DeGrom on the field. It's the last time we saw that.
Right. You know, one of the defensive metrics that they use now is outs above average. This rookie. This ball ran up and in on him. He kind of dumped it into right field, as Gary said. He's red hot. So when you're red hot, these balls, even when you get jammed, end up being hits. One of the defensive metrics is outs above.
All right, here we go with average for J.D. Davis. Against lefties, 254. 40 points higher than Ruff. Righties, 235. 40 points higher against righties. J.D. Davis is the better player, hit-it wise. All right, 2 outs. Come on, Chris. Get out of this. Again, it wasn't the point of trading for Ruff. You traded J.D. Davis and 3 lower-level minor leaguers. It just doesn't make sense. And Ruff doesn't crush his lefties. I'm sick of slugging percentage. So he strikes out and hits home runs. Your slugging percentage is still going to be high. That's gone. Foul ball. J.D. Davis was bad, but you know what? I still think J.D. Davis would have been better than Ruff, my opinion. I mean, Ruff has 4 hits as a Met? Hits. And no home runs. All right, 0-2 to Turner. Come on. 76 pitches for Bassitt. Not a very good breaking ball there. Well, just think of it this way. J.D. Davis would have got all 3 starts in this series. So he would have got at least 12 at-bats.
Kyle Wright picked up his 17th win last night. Leads the majors. Yeah, they won 3-2 right behind the line.
Oh, Chris. Got him. Yeah, what a play. What a play by Francisco Lindor. Nice. He's out. Woo. What a play. Woo. What a stretch. Got him. Nice play. Nice defensive play with the flip to Jeff McNeil to end the inning because he definitely wasn't getting Turner at first. So what a play. That was not an easy play at all. Let's get some damn runs. Let's go. Nice play. Yeah, I mean, guys, well, for as much as the Mets haven't been scoring, the Dodgers haven't been scoring lately either. So, I mean, they didn't score a lot of runs against the Marlins either prior to this series. So, like I said, guys, when it comes back to, and quickly about the lights. The lights didn't turn on as quickly as the umpires do it, and they started the inning, which they shouldn't have done. So, with that said, again, it's not about J.D. Davis is better than Ruff. I'm not saying that. The fact of the matter is that you traded for a guy who productively was almost just as bad as J.D. Davis this year. That doesn't make sense. And with the case that J.D. Davis could have maybe been better, remember, he was still dealing with that wrist injury. What is Ruff's excuse? He sucks. That's his excuse. That's the biggest problem I have. I just said his splits. He's batting .220 against right-handers average-wise. You know how your slugging percentage goes up? Just by hitting home runs. And extra base hits and stuff like that. He's not a good hitter. Like, if he crushes lefties, I wanted Ruff to be a 280 hitter against lefties, at least. With pop. The problem is, he's only a 20-point difference from lefty against righty, so it doesn't make sense to me. J.D. Davis, I just said it to you. He was batting better righty and better lefty with Ruff average-wise. Power-wise, they're both the same. So I'd rather have J.D. Davis over Ruff. All right, Escobar leading off. 2-1 Dodgers in the bottom of the fifth.
Escobar struck out his first time up today. Takes the fastball low and in. It's 2-0.
Kershaw hasn't pitched in a while. He's already at 69 pitches. He might be getting a little tired.
Single in the first inning. Or just contributed on the other side with a gem of a play. I'm still not sure how Francisco functions with that pitch comp doohickey hanging out of his hat. But I guess he finds it easier to hear than if he has it actually.
All right, America, I'll check it out. Ground ball should be an easy out. And it is.
So I'd just like to take a moment. It was 20 years ago today that the most beautiful woman in the world said "I do" while standing next to me. It was a bit of a miracle at the time, and it continues to be that today. Anniversary Lynn. You'd be the happiest man.
Wow, well, that's so nice, Gary. Congratulations, you and Lynn.
20 years.
20 years. He's
Len, now I know why you proudly display your Purple Heart Distinguished Service Cross.
Yeah, it's long and meritorious service. If McCann fouls one off his foot, it's nothing more.
Ella, yeah, because of the pitching.
McCann hit the ball harder than any other Met tonight.
I mean, once again, guys, the Dodgers haven't been scoring 6 runs a ball game in this series either. So, like, our top 4 in the lineup is just as good as the top 4 of the Dodgers. It's very similar. And McCann, again, hits it hard right at somebody. I mean, 2 balls hit hard. Can't do nothing about that. At least he's not striking out.
Boy, the only solace is that I hit the ball hard, but boy, that is frustrating.
Take me to a hitter's mind, Keith. When you're struggling as badly as McCann has, and there's no, sugarcoating that, and you're up against an elite pitcher, and he hit 2 bullets like that, can you at least be encouraged that
Nimmo pops it up on the first pitch, should end the inning.
Absolutely. It's better than
And does. That was a quick inning for Kershaw. 5 great innings from Clayton Kershaw. Mets have not done anything since the first inning. Kershaw has just been, dominant. And the Mets are showing why they can't hit lefties. It's very simple. Yeah, I agree. I think the Mets should have – look, I think the Mets should have took the first game of the series. Toro, I wouldn't say it's too much pressure. Then what's the Dodgers' excuse? If the Dodgers are so much better than the Mets, they should have took yesterday's game and they should have blown us open in the first game, and they didn't. So again, there's going to be a fan base that's going to be mad that they lost, But no fan base, if they're truly honest, even if the Mets find a way to win this ball game, both teams didn't play a good series. It's just that simple. The Dodgers ran out of an inning in the second. The Mets couldn't hit in runners in scoring position. They left 7 men on base in game 1. Game 2, they left at least 6. And this game, I believe they already they already left 3 because they haven't got nobody on. And the reason why, look, the Dodgers are a good team. There's nobody saying that. But the Mets are also a good team. And there's a reason why both teams are not scoring, because both teams have very good pitching. You know, I said this. It was going to be a low-scoring series. If anybody thought that there's going to be 6-7 runs in a game, you were really mistaken, because both of these teams have very good pitching. So, once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, the Mets are losing 2-1 to the Dodgers, going to the top of the 6th. 1 hit for the Mets. 1 hit for the Mets. Clayton Kershaw, after the first inning, found his groove, got through 5 innings. I don't know if he's going to come back for the 6th, considering he just came back from the IL. So we'll just have to wait and see about that. But Bassitt is pitching pretty well. You know, a couple of blue hits that gave the Dodgers a few more hits, but he's losing right now. So 2-1 Dodgers, top of the 6th, Freddie Freeman leading off.
Oh, we've all been waiting with bated breath for me to finish my Freddie Freeman story that was rudely interrupted 3 innings ago.
By the way, we missed the first pitch. It's strike 1. They just came back from commercial.
Guys, was the fact that Freddie Freeman, we know how emotional he got in his return late in June
I agree,
to
Ken.
Atlanta, but he said that he did not fully understand how much he needed that series for closure until he was actually there. He thought he was past it, but so many emotions came back to the surface, and he said when he finally got to Colorado the next day on June 27th, felt like this entire weight had been lifted off of his shoulders, and for the first time he could fully close the Braves chapter and move full steam ahead.
Yeah, I think Bassitt will easily pitch 7.
It had been a little bit murky, and even though he was performing, the rate at which he's been performing since on the field has been really on another level.
Was Steve just on? Was he speak?
Guys, you want me to do it again?
I haven't downplayed the Dodgers pitching. They're still not as good as the Mets. Sorry. Strike 3, nice pitch.
Freeman continues to offer at those pitches in off the plate. Yeah, interesting feature in this series.
And if the Dodgers are so good, where are the runs from them? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, you know, the Mets haven't hit in 2 weeks. So the Dodgers should be blowing them out, right? It's the way it should be, right? You know, as good as the Dodgers offense is, they scored a couple of runs in this series. Not a lot. Well, Chris Martin is coming up in the bullpen for the Dodgers. And it looks like Kershaw might be done.
It took 1 inning for Kershaw to get himself back on the beam. And then he never fell off the beam.
Yeah, Ken, I think so. They have to talk about the other team because the Yankees are terrible.
One of the interesting questions about the Dodgers as we move through September is how
Nice
they're going
pitch.
to figure out their postseason rotation. Who's in, who's out, who's healthy, who's not.
And whether they like it or not, they're going to miss.
Well,
Walker
JD,
Buehler just
I
as
respect
much
your comment, but again, you are the same person who likes the Mets and likes the Dodgers. Again, we talked about bandwagon fans, and you know you can't only be a Dodger fan when they're playing well and the Mets are not. It just doesn't work for me.
Anderson have propped up the entire rotation this year unexpectedly. Like Kershaw's got to be in the middle of it. Dustin May has as good stuff as anybody on that staff if he's fully healthy.
Buehler is, of course, going to be a big part.
Strike 3. All right, Chris.
Fastball, hardest pitch that Bassitt's thrown all day.
Well, I think that's why when people talk about that, you don't trust Bassitt. This guy finds he's probably going to pitch 7 innings, and if he gives up only 2 runs,
Julio Rodriguez. That was not coming
That's
back.
a shot.
His 22nd of the year. Seattle gets the win 7-0. They're now
Like
tied
you
with the Rays.
can't like Bassitt is gonna go 7 innings. If he gives up only 2 runs and 7 innings against the Dodgers,
Thank you, Gary.
that's a hell of a performance.
Thanks, you too. Logan Gilbert, 6 scoreless innings for the Mariners in that game. He's had a really nice year.
Yes, he has. He and George Kirby is having a nice rookie season. They're going to be a nice duo for that Seattle Mariners club for years to come.
George Kirby, local kid. Another local kid will be pitching here tomorrow night. Josiah Gray goes from the Nationals. From the Dodgers in the Scherzer-Turner trade last year.
Ooh, just time.
Say, Jerry, if Gonsolin had been healthy, they were going to go to a 6-man rotation anyway. Not sure if they're going to do that, but if Kershaw is healthy and Gonsolin comes back, don't be surprised if Dustin May goes into the bullpen because they've had some issues. Kimball has not been Kimball-like at all times.
And Brewster
What he can't do here is walk Muncy. The bottom of the order has been way better than the top of the order for the Dodgers in his series.
Evan Phillips, there's a lot of questions in that bullpen. And Jake Reed. Well, I mean, just for a little different look off what we've seen the last 2 days.
Remember May coming off an injury.
Well, Donovan, we can talk about the last couple of games. Pitching was fine,
Much like the Mets are going to do with Tyler McGill.
and he walked them. That might have took Bassitt out of the game for the 7th.
By the way, McGill's starting rehab assignment tonight, I believe, for Binghamton.
All right, Chris, come on.
Progressing Drew Smith behind him. The Mets try and figure out their bullpen plans down the stretch.
Got to be careful with Justin Turner here.
Starling Marte, last man who has to concern himself with the sun today. Well, those guys. Justin Turner, 2 for 2. Double and scored in the second, flipped a single in the 4th, and takes a cutter down for ball 1.
You get these real accomplished hitters that have been around for a long time. The one thing you always think about in the back of your mind
No, man, yeah.
is that
Well, you know what? The Dodgers aren't either. So,
and you have to know that.
honestly, the Dodgers are keeping the Mets in the game. Nice pitch.
Fouls off the sinker, and it's 1-1.
I guess what I mean by that is they sit on a pitch because of their knowledge.
Donovan, I think certain moments they do that in big spots, but I just think the offense is just slumping right now, to be honest with you.
One game losing by a run where you can just flip one in there for a strike. Every pitch has that purpose and accomplishment on it. Just you're not at that point in the game to just throw a strike to Turner. He could be sitting on even a breaking ball.
Well, especially with this many curveballs that Bassitt's thrown in these last 2 starts. Turner's now got 5 hits and 8 career at-bats against Bassitt, so he
Yeah.
well.
Ken, he wouldn't pitch for the Dodgers or the Mets.
Sharply contested, well pitched.
No problem, Donovan.
Ball games.
Come on, Chris.
Well, how about this? So far in this 3-game series, there have only been 3 innings in which either team has led by more than 1 run. I mean, it's been that airtight. Curveball, drilled foul. So there you go. He was sitting on it, just got a little quick.
The only reason I know that is because I've been the victim of that a few times.
Come on, Chris. You just heard that. 3 innings in this game that a team led by more than 1 run. That's how close this team is. These 2 teams are. Come on, Chris, finish it up.
95 pitches for Bassitt trying to finish off this top of the 6th in a 1-run game. Muncy at first for 2 out.
Try to go upstairs, which was a good pitch. Just couldn't get it. Got to get Turner here. You don't want Lux coming up with men on base.
Right
here is once a good hitter as Turner is, this Lux here is a line drive hitter. You don't want him.
I throw a fastball to Turner. I don't want to speed up his bat with a breaking ball here. Might be going to the breaking ball. Slider. Well, the runner will be going. Michael, what's up?
Nobody up behind Bassitt.
97 pitches for Bassitt.
Once he gets set to run. And the curveball outside ball 4.
Damn it.
So Bassitt issues back-to-back.
Didn't want to walk Turner there.
And Jeremy Hefner will pay him a visit before he faces Gavin Lux. So Bassitt struck out the first 2 in the inning, but he walks Muncy and Turner back-to-back.
And if you had gotten through Muncy without walking him, you might have had a chance to throw him back out there for the 7th, but I think that's over with now.
It's over. Definitely over with now.
He would have had the final part of the order coming up.
Fab definitely is telling him, hey, this is your last man.
Gavin Lux. I like this kid. I like him.
They don't really have to say that, do they?
Tommy Hunter is warming up in the bullpen for the Mets, who pitched a nice inning in Game 1 for the Mets.
He would just come out and say, listen, I just want to give you a blow. You're still throwing the ball great.
I think Tommy Hunter's going to – if Bassitt doesn't get Lux here, I think Tommy Hunter's coming in the game.
David Peterson's season and his role moving forward on this week's episode of the Mets.
So 98 pitches for Bassitt. Got the first 2 outs, but walked Muncy, which you can't walk Muncy in that spot. I mean, he's batting barely 200. And he walked Turner. So 2 walks in a row after the first 2 outs.
Down the road.
Masters class.
Just about everybody's league. So here's Lux with 2 out and 2 on.
And that's a strike.
Cutter for a strike, 0-1.
Good pitch, cutter up and in, and a pitch that looks.
James is on the bottom,
That's
buddy.
a tough pitch for a hitter, and he takes it. I mean, the hitting has been so superb,
Come on, Chris.
and the pitching has been so superb in this series. It's just such an uptick in competition. This is a high level right here.
Lux is 3 for 9 in the 3 games with 3 runs driven in. Today, he hit a single to center and scored a run in the 2nd, and then hit a hard ground ball into a double play in the 4th, and even hitting a hard ground ball right at McNeil, nearly beat it out at first base. In fact, he was initially ruled safe before it was overturned.
Hitchcom's delivery system.
That gets between the legs of McCann. Now a move for runners.
There goes our defensive catcher there.
Wild pitch charge.
You got to get down on your knees over there.
McCann could not close the 5-hole.
Try to backhand it, and then no, got to close the legs there. Can't catch either.
As well as Nito. Just came up a little quick.
Now, would you put Lux on and pitch to Thompson?
I would think about it.
They got Gallo and Bellinger as left
So
hand back.
2 runners in scoring position,
No,
2-1 count the Lux.
not afraid of that.
Come on, Chris.
Looks like he's going to pitch to Lux with a 2-1 count. And
Nice
Lux
pitch.
goes after
Nice
the
slider.
and it's 2-2.
2-2.
Smart pitching from Bassitt. If you've been watching this series, the ball down and out over the plate is the strength of Lux. You got to tie him up inside.
Come on, Chris.
Big hit in Game 1 was his 2-out RBI.
That's a nice pitching to him right there. 2-1.
2-2 coming. Get on the ground, down to Alonso. It comes up for him. He feeds
All right, Chris. Good job. That's why Chris Bassitt is a bulldog. He clearly was tiring in that inning and still got out of that inning. Chris Martin is coming into the game for the Dodgers, so Kershaw is done. Tim, defensive catchers are not hard to come by. No reason you give a $40 million contract 4-year, $40 million, $10 million a year for James McCann for a defensive catcher. You just don't do it. Sorry. You just can't. You just can't do that. And I said that if you really only wanted a defensive catcher and didn't care about the offense, then you know who also was available when James McCann was a free agent and Real Muto was a free agent? If you only wanted a defensive catcher, Maldonado, who is a really, really good defensive catcher if you didn't care about his offense. And the reason why James McCann is in the lineup is because Chris Bassitt likes to throw to James McCann. He doesn't like to throw to Tomas Nido. No, Tim. Well, all-rounded catchers, I get it, but there's only like 3 in the entire league. I'm not even look. If James McCann was a complete great defensive catcher, like that shouldn't happen in that spot. You can't let that ball get between your legs there. You can't. Not with a guy on first and second with 2 outs. You gotta do everything you can to stop that ball. He didn't. Yes. That's who's coming in for the Dodgers. We'll see, Tim. I don't know about that. Not the way the Mets been him, but the Mets have 2, 3, 4 in the lineup, and it's only the 6th inning. Excuse me. It's only the 6th inning, so Mets got a couple more at-bats here. You know, as much as we're talking about the Mets offense, have you seen the Dodgers offense this game? Not great. They had a lot of opportunities as well. They're not getting it done. Well, Alvarez is not having surgery. It's a loose body that can get done in the offseason, so he should be all right. But I don't think the Mets can hold on to James McCann much longer. But what can I say, right? Yeah, well, Tim, I hope it'd be a great series considering who's playing in the series, the 2 best teams in the National League. And look, I said it was going to be a low-scoring series. I didn't think anybody was going to blow out anybody in this series, in my opinion. But again, I do like Tomas Nido behind the plate better than James McCann. It's just that Bassitt likes to pitch to James McCann, and you can't mess up the pitcher's flow, especially in this series. All right, 2, 3, 4. Chris Martin is on the mound for the Dodgers. Kershaw a solid 5 innings with just 1 hit, 1 run. Come on, Starling, start it off.
Split finger and slider. Martin started out the year with the Cubs, was not performing particularly well there, and like everybody else, has come to the Dodgers, and he's been brilliant. 12 outings as a Dodger, 1.59 ERA. Marte is 0 for 1 in a walk, and he takes the man in. Chip Busey for Martin, it's 1-1.
Put it this way, in my opinion, Will Smith is a better defensive catcher than James McCann. That's coming from a Mets fan who likes to be honest.
Big leagues with the Rockies in 2014, briefly for the Yankees as well, before he wound up in Texas and Atlanta. Marte fouls off that cutter, and it's 1-2.
You have to use the roster you're given, but Buck has the way to put the lineup. And again, nobody's really hitting in this lineup right now, at least in this series. But Ruff should be batting 5th. That's rough. Rough, right? All right, 1-2 count to Marte. Bottom of the 6th, 2-1 Dodgers.
Marte, Lindor, and Alonso for the Mets in the 6th. Mets have been limited to 1 hit. Kershaw retired his last 13. And Marte with a late swing of the fastball.
Nice late swing to stay alive. That was a nice pitch. Nasty pitch.
Lindor on the on-deck circle and the bat boy seated on the stool.
Who was the guy with the card? Encarnacion. They got the foul tip off the head, tried the face, standing in the on-deck circle. Right the eye and ended his career. One
Awesome.
Marte 0 for 2 in his career against Martin.
Fouled it off, staying alive.
Kershaw went 5, allowed 1 run, 1 hit, walked 3 all in the first inning. Struck out 6 through 74 pitches.
Tim, that just shows that you don't like Olsen. You'd rather have Alonso.
15th time in his career that Kershaw started the game and given up either no hits or 1.
Come on, Starling.
To drop
Mets 21-28. No, he shouldn't. He can't hit lefties. That's the whole point of the platoon.
Marte hanging out against Martin at 1 and 2. And he hits a weak ground ball to the right side. Looks towards the end.
Safe. He beat it out. Yes. And Marte wasn't even running hard. That's a huge mistake right there by Lux. He's had a great series, but that's a stupid blunder right there. Took his time, and Marte wasn't even running fast. He started to pick it up a little bit once he saw Lux taking his time. Let's go. I mean, that wasn't even close. That's a ground ball to second base. The last halfway to first, Marte picked it up. All right, come on, Frankie. There's your mistake. Take advantage of it.
First hit. Single up the middle of the first.
The only number you can find about the Dodgers that is mediocre is in one-run games. They're 12-12.
500 in one-run games. Trevor May is warming up in the bullpen. Come on, these are the boys we need to start getting going. Let's go.
3 pitches over 6 good innings. 3 infielders on the right side against Lindor. Shortstop hole open.
Oh, that was a pitch to crush.
Nothing in one.
That was a get-me-over slider. Whew.
1 for 2 in his career against Martin.
Why, May? You gotta trust. You gotta put these guys in. These guys are gonna be a big part of your bullpen.
19, 20, and 21. The Mets saw him a ton.
Come on, Frankie, let's go. Oof, just outside.
1-1. Interesting. Nick Lenz, the home plate umpire, has a more generous outside corner to the right-hand hitter for the pitcher, but
Come on.
not the left-hand hitter. Alonso on deck. 1-1 to Lindor.
Oh, stay fair. Ah, out in front of that pitch. Just out in front.
Second cutter that Martin has left over the plate for
Damn.
Lindor.
Joe, I'm not going to Pittsburgh this year. That would be cool, but nah. I was there last year. Come on, Frankie, let's go. Base it. Probably next year, King.
Marte at first, 18 steals this year, but caught 9 times. And Lindor cracks that one to right center field.
That's in the gap. Go, 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 go. Run. Come on, Starling. Run, baby. Yes. Tie game, baby. Yeah. There we go. Clutch hitting, baby. And he broke his bat, too. Let's go. Let's go. Let's change that record to 84, baby. Let's change that record to 84. Let's go. It sounded like he broke his bat, too, when he hit it that hard in the gap. This is the inning we got to take advantage. 1 run in. Lindor on second with nobody out with Pete Alonso up. Come on. And you know Vogelback's going to be coming in for us. Marte, first to home, baby. Let's go. Told you, when Lindor starts to get heating up, it's hard to get him out. Come on. Come on, Pete.
And Lindor cashes that in with a double. Now the go-ahead run at second with nobody out for Alonso.
Oh, swinging at that fastball. Missed it.
Nothing in 1. First time out. Pete's probably happy to see a right hand.
Have fun, Joe.
The ball very hard his last time up. Play that Turner was able to make on his backhand. Daniel Vogelback is out
Come on,
on the
Pete.
deck. The bat for Darren Ruff, the right-hander in the game.
Come on, Pete, not that pitch.
This is an 0-2.
Pete's going to have to lay off
When Pete's struggling, he swings at that all the time.
And it's above the letters, and the Dodgers have really pounded him there.
Vogie's on deck.
Success.
Not shocking.
Put the ball down. Look, make him get it down.
Joseph, Mets just tied up the game 2-2.
Great in his career against Martin.
Didn't swing that time. Good job.
Strikes zone 1-2.
Guys, don't worry about homers. There's nobody out. Get some base hits here.
Don't pitch him this way.
Caleb Ferguson, the lefty, warming up in the pen. Probably going to come in for Vogelback.
Ferguson, the left-hander, getting ready with Vogelback standing on deck to pitch hit.
Tells you a little bit about the Dodgers' preparedness.
Kansas was an area of vulnerability for Pete last year and a little early this season.
But it seemed to go away.
Yeah.
Well, he's been disciplined all year. He's still in. He's just been going through a little period of chase right now. That up fastball,
Come on.
particularly off the left-handers. He's a little out of sync against the left-handers.
And up yet it's on TV. But
Well, I think Roberts cost a lot of games in the playoffs for the Dodgers.
A little different angle.
But you also have an 18-game lead in the West. Well, the Dodgers do, so.
1-2 to Alonso. And Pete goes down swinging.
Bad at bat by Alonso there. Every pitch he swung at was up and away.
Vogelback was on deck, but now he's walking back to the dugout. He's not going to be announced into the game. Interesting. So Vogelback was put up there as a decoy. They get the left-hander up in the bullpen, and Buck sees that. He decides to stick with Ruff.
And Buck's going to save his bullets. This is a tie ball game.
So, leaving in Ruff with the right-hander, not Vogelback. You know what? You tied the game. I don't mind this. And I just went over the splits with Ruff. They're very similar against lefties average-wise. So, I don't mind Ruff in this spot, to be honest with you.
You want to keep your bench. Remember, Buck he's got a 5-man bench now with the expanded roster, but only 2
Come on, Darren.
on the left side. That would be Nick Quinn and Vogelback.
Can't hit lefties. Let's see if he can hit righties.
Feels better Ruff against righties than Vogelback against lefties. And Vogelback still wasn't running very well. Although Buck says his hamstring is feeling a lot better, it's still compromising him a tad.
Probably a lot of that has to do with Ruff had a lot of the bats against right-handed pitching this year because of the injuries in San Francisco.
Ruff 1 for 8 in
Come on,
this
Darren.
series, 0 for 2 today. Looking to pick up Lindor from second with 1 out. We're dancing off the back. He's running. The throw to third by Smith. And Lindor
Safe. Whoa.
Lindor steals.
I don't like that at all. That was lucky right there.
Number 15 for Lindor, and none bigger. Go ahead, run a third with 1 out. Right time for it. Got a big strong, he said 6'7", 6'8". Perfect throw right there.
Oh, I think he was safe.
Back to the bag. Muncy was at the front of the bag and the reach for Lindor.
He was safe. Okay.
Remember,
That was risky, but he got there.
Steal
Woof.
third. Right-hander hits, he can't steal.
Woof.
Infield comes in.
All right, come on, Darren. Sack fly will take.
1-1 the count to Ruff.
Coming in.
Good eye.
It's up and away, 2-1.
He's safe, guys. He's safe. He beat it.
His fastball inside.
All right, infield is in for the Dodgers. See if we can get a hard hit ball somewhere.
Ruff's first moment comes against the right-handed pitcher instead of the lefty.
1 hit and 2 career at
Come on,
bats
Darren.
against Martin. And Ruff grounds 1
Ah, come on.
2-2.
Joshua, they were on a losing streak. They won yesterday.
Now watch the jump from Lindor right there on his toe. Yes, very nice. Well, I'll tell you what, that was a perfect throw. Once he's on even with that.
Come on, Darren.
He might have been out.
Well, Martin just struck out Alonso, and he needs to strike out now against Ruff. Where does he go?
Likes that cutter.
2-2. And
All right.
foul.
Oh.
Fastball away.
Martin just
King, I think that was the ball game right there last night.
Arcana on deck. They've still got the lefty throwing with McNeil 2 batters away.
Come on, Darren. Come on.
Ruff's got tremendous power to right center and right. If Martin stays away, go that way.
Best arm in the outfield is in right field today. Lindor at third with one out. And Ruff cards.
All right, staying alive.
I mean, normally last night when they had Gallen with left, Bellinger in center, and Benson right, that's as good arms as any outfield.
How is it possible that Darren Ruff is putting together a better at bat against a right-hander than he did against any left-hander in this series? It's amazing to me.
Although the two throws he's made in this series have been severely offline. He's got a very powerful arm, though.
And a flair for the dramatic.
Come on, Darren.
This will be the seventh pitch of the at-bat from Martin to Ruff. Darren gets a break.
Stay fair. Stay fair. Oh, but we got the sac fly. Just missed, but productive. There we go. I'll take it. Just missed. All right. The best at bat I seen as a Met from Ruff was against a right-hander. What does that tell you? Good job. 3-2 Mets. I'll take it. He just missed it. He thought he had it. I wonder if the wind is blowing in.
Let's steal a run there.
We'll take it.
I mean, you talk about
Remember, this inning started with a Gavin Lux defensive blunder, not rushing to get Marte out at first. A ground ball to second. All right, come on. 3-2 Mets. That was his best at bat as a Met, the way he took that plate appearance. Look, if people want to get pissed off at Buck in certain situations, Buck did not pinch hit for Vogelback there. Sometimes the no move is the good move, and it paid off there for the Mets. 3-2 Mets, bottom 6, 2 outs. Count out the plate. Come on, Mark.
It's 2-0.
You know, it's interesting. It's smart that Marte watched all season long the ability to cruise to first or turn it on to first. And late in the game, he turned it on the second he got out of the box. I think it's a prize loss. So it's a hustle 2-run inning for the Mets.
Oh, that's a late call.
They're not the biggest powerhouse team in the league. They're ninth in the league in home runs. But they create their opportunities and take advantage of opponents' mistakes.
Come on.
It's 2-1. The opponent says 3-0. It's 2-1 to Ken.
Diaz for 3 innings. Why the hell not? Come on, Mark.
Mark takes that one on the inside edge. It's 2-2.
I ain't gonna lie though, the umpire's been consistent for both sides. But man, some of these calls.
Cleveland? Come on. One more hour east and we're good.
The world's biggest Mets fan is going to Cleveland. Echo Sports Night tonight at 11. His dad was hoping to watch him play at the Garden on a regular basis. Guess not.
Ball 3.
Playing a full count, so McNeil on deck. Martin's already thrown 26 pitches in the inning.
Well, it's looking like Trevor May is coming in for the 7th.
The tying run, stealing third and scoring the go-ahead run. Pregame 0 for 20. It's 5 for 8 since then.
Taking over the game.
You didn't steal fries. But you got to keep your eye on your fries. Stole third.
Fouled it off. And you know what? Risky stolen base by Francisco Lindor.
Yeah.
Helped us get that run.
They don't necessarily steal. You know what they do?
Now, would you do Trevor May in the 7th and Diaz for the 8th and the 9th? Or would it be the 8th inning for Diaz, knowing that it's probably going to be around the top of the order again for the Dodgers, and then Lugo in the 9th? That might be a possibility. Buck's done it before.
I'm able to gather strength and keep going straight.
You're a strong man.
Well, ball should end the inning. And does. But the Mets get 2 runs, take the lead in the 6th. Lux, the first at bat of the inning, ground ball to second base, takes his time, and Marte beats out the throw, and it turned from there. Lindor with the RBI double. Lindor steals third. Rough sac fly just misses a home run by about 5 feet. Takes the lead 3-2. Trevor May is coming into the ball game in the 7th. Mets hold on to a 1-run lead, or will the Dodgers take advantage of the Mets bullpen that, depending on who's in, has been struggling? So I'm thinking here. Now, let me see who's up for the Dodgers. Dodgers have an 8-9-1. Say if Trevor May gets out of this. Buck has done this before. Would you put Diaz in for the 8th inning only? Because it's going to be 2, 3, 4 coming in the 8th inning. Buck has done this before with big-time batters coming to the plate and Diaz in the 8th, and you'll put Lugo in the 9th. I don't know. We'll see. It's a decision that I'm not surprised. I would put Diaz in for the 8th and the 9th. I think that makes sense. I would do that. I think Diaz only had 10 pitches yesterday. He hasn't pitched a lot. I think Diaz goes 8th and the 9th. I think you probably have to do it. You know, this game here, not only do you take the series from the Dodgers, but you guarantee going into the National Series tomorrow being at least 3 games up in the Braves with 30 games to go. I do that. And you know what? If you don't have Diaz for tomorrow, you're playing the Nationals. There should be no reason for a safe situation. That's just my take. I think you got to win this game here. Huge importance. Big, big, big. Well, Tim, I think this is the situation with the Dodgers. I think Dave Roberts, in this situation, you're 18 games ahead in the division. You're not really playing for anything at this point except for the regular season record. Other than that, I think he's just trying to find his guys that he needs in his bullpen for playoff times, in my opinion. Not saying he wants to lose, but we'll see. So we are waiting for the top of the 7th to start. Trevor May is in the ball game. Let's see if Trevor May can get it done here.
Nationals are 9-42 in division this year.
But they're good against Oakland. And Anibal Sanchez pitched to Jeff for them last night. Here's Trace
Come on,
Thompson
Trevor.
against Trevor May leading off. Mets now with a 3-2 lead.
May coming off one of his better outings against Colorado. And there were a couple of punch-outs, but that was 5 days ago.
He gets 8, 9, and 1 in the order in the 7th inning. Thompson, Taylor, and Betts. Slider off the plate.
You don't want to start walking people.
Rodney, you made a very good point in between innings about Lux, who made the last out of that inning with men on scoring position and then goes out and makes that play. Those are things that managers look at, coaches. You know, you take that at bat out.
Nice pitch.
I have no idea if he did, but just very interesting to look at. Interesting. Don't think that doesn't get the coaching staff's attention.
Soto, the Padres, they're just not the same. They're not a good team. You know, they got so many good players. I just think they're just, I don't know. Nice pitch. There you go. May's got to throw his fastball a little bit more. He relies on his slider way too much.
I take him though.
He can hit.
Oh yeah, he can run. You learn your lessons. You grow from your mistakes.
Come on, Trevor, baby. Come on.
Better now than in October. 2-2. And
There you go.
Thompson fouls one back. And that lands just below out.
Almost that's the closest we've had.
That's pretty close. I mean, this is year 14 for us in this booth. And that's
I agree, inebriated. I think you got to win this ball game.
Got him right in the right shoulder.
We're here.
The guy with the shot.
Come on.
Right in front of us.
He's got the fishing hat on.
Yes.
Can't get that slider over.
That's the door.
Stay.
All you gotta do is stick a press
Come on,
card.
Trevor.
It'd be like 50s movie.
Stay up with marketing, Gary. Come on.
Nice fedora. Not sure we can read that entire shirt on the air. 3-2 coming.
Just inside.
So May misses with a 3-2
Oh, Lord.
fastball, and he walks the first man to
Trevor
face.
freaking May.
There's your respect for global high-speed hitting today. Lindor with 2 of the top 3 spots. He's been right in the middle of everything. A big hit in the first inning that helped build a run. The double, the stolen base, the great play going behind second base to get a force play.
He's got to get a new glove or some glasses or.
I'll tell you what, Trace Thompson, I can see why the Dodgers.
He's got to switch out the pitch comp for Lindor.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Trace Thompson is, I can see why the Dodgers are interested in him. He's shown a good eye on the plate.
It's his second go-around with them. It was a few years ago.
It's brought up when Betts went on the IL.
So here's Taylor with the 2-run bloop single to right. That scored the 2 Dodger runs in the second. Thompson got thrown out at the plate on that play.
So really, you're in a one-run ball game from the Dodgers' perspective, point of view. Base running blunder on in that 2-run second inning, and mistake by Lux. You could be ahead 4-3. The little things.
May a little erratic with his control.
You mentioned Taylor's strikeouts before, plenty of them, but he's also got plenty of power with Mookie Betts behind him.
Can't stand Trevor May. I think we all know that.
Who Luck has available and who he doesn't. He used Ottavino and Diaz each for an inning last night. Could he come back with them today? Checks swing.
Nice
Taylor
pitch.
takes the strike. We do know the Mets have one more arm in their bullpen, and a guy who has some experience against the Dodgers. That
Medina?
would be Adonis Medina, who was added today when the roster's expanded to 28.
Come on, Trevor.
I would think Lugo's very much available tonight. With Adonis,
I'm surprised Lugo is not starting the 7th.
Remember
It's a little weird.
It's the first time that Buck brought in Diaz to pitch the 8th.
Yes.
And he did that successfully, but then Lugo gave up a run in the 9th. And then after the Mets got a run at the top of the 10th, he had nobody left except Medina. And Medina went out there with the free runner at second and got the save. It's the highlight of his big league career. Just one more contribution from a guy.
Yeah, it's against the Nationals.
nobody anticipated.
You win this ball game against the Dodgers. You worry about the next series. Nice pitch. That's the best pitch he's thrown. Got to keep it up there.
From May. Mookie Betts looming on deck. Taylor a strikeout in his only career at bat against May.
Come on, Trevor. Got him. Oh, where is that pitch?
It's 2-2.
Oh, that's close. Come on, Trevor. Damn, that pitch was close.
Thompson at first and nobody out. And that's off the plate. 3-2.
Good at bat.
Can't put people on base for Mookie.
At-bats. Laying off these pitches, I mean, it's just been eye-opening.
It's one of the reasons the Dodgers have the best offense in baseball. They have the second lowest chase rate of any team in the majors.
It's been impressive. Mets, too.
Thompson at first carrying the tying run. Nobody out. 3-2 to Taylor. Not running. And Taylor
Got him.
down on
There you go.
strikes.
All right, Trevor. Good job.
High fastball for May. And there's the first out of the inning. Big out.
Just one after him.
That was a strike. Just under the bat. Over the bat. Come on.
So
Now we got the big boy up.
Mookie Betts. Basic to right center was last
God, I love
night.
Mookie Betts, man.
3 on the day.
If Steve
5
Cohen was
home
around
runs his last
when
5
he was
games
traded,
coming into the day, including a
Oh.
laser beam against
Come on.
DeGrom last night. Betts takes the fastball upstairs for ball 1.
This entire series, Betts has had great swings at the breaking ball. He's right on it.
it's going to be hard to double up Mookie here.
Betts is 1 for 5 in his career against Trevor May. Tyke run at first, 1 out. And slider outside.
May's just missing the corners with that slider.
He's making pitchers throw strikes. This is a very dangerous count right now.
Joely Rodriguez warming up
Ready with Freddie Freeman, 2 batters
for the
away.
lefty Freeman.
And that's outside.
Oh, where was that pitch?
I thought he squeezed it there.
That's on the outside corner. Wow.
Look at the reaction of McCann.
Oh, look at that pitch.
Let's call the ball.
Jeez.
No, Boogie's got the green light 3-0. 32 home runs this year. Takes one right down
Jesus.
the middle. It's 3-1.
I'm sorry. That's a strike. Look at that pitch. Oh, right on the black. Tim, that was not a ball. It's right on the black. Sorry.
3-1 from May to Betts.
Nice pitch.
First strike.
Wow.
3-1
Okay.
changeup. Full count.
Cool. Hey,
Mookie was fooled on that
they
slider.
let the runner loose here.
Come on, Trevor.
That's with 84
Listen, right now,
here.
throw the fastball, try to hit the corner, and if Mookie hits it, tip your cap. Don't walk him.
That's a hard man to double up. Just going.
Got him.
The can from his knees, not in time.
Nice strikeout with the slider. Nasty pitch. All right.
Trying to come back from
Sucks that we
May.
couldn't throw out the runner, but
3-0.
the runner did steal second.
The inning, but now Thompson in second after his 3rd stolen base of the year.
What
Woof.
Mookie with that swing, he really came across the plate. First, the pitch sequence to get him out. Pitch it over the strike zone. This breaking ball May wanted. I thought the 2-0 pitch was a strike. Fastball away. Didn't get the ball. Came all the way back. The 3-0. The 3-1 changeup really was the big pitch. Went with the slider.
That was a big pitch right there. All right, come on.
Good location. Just had a good
Come on, Trevor. Gotta be careful with Trey Turner here. Runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Nice slider.
For a strike, too. That's come close to interfere with McCann on that throw.
Yeah, I thought
They should have
way
X'd.
across the plate, but the home plate umpire Lynn said no interference.
Because if he had interfered, then the runner would have been called out because it was strike 3. Turner 1 for 3 today, 1 for 11 in the series. And he flies on.
Uh-oh, that's gone. Nope, pop up. Woof. Yes. All right, Trevor. There you go. There you go. I thought he hit that harder, but I'll take it. I'll take it. 2 consecutive good outings by Trevor May. His fastball was working, but that slide of the Mookie Betts was the inning right there. Nasty. All right. All right. Well, going to the bottom of the 7th. Mets still lead 3-2. Wow. I don't know. That was a hanger. I thought Turner crushed that ball, but for some reason at Citi Field this week, honestly, guys, the ball is not carrying to left center and right center at all. I don't know why. I know there's a little bit of wind blowing in, but Turner looked like he crushed that ball. But I'll take it. Again, Trevor made 2 quality innings his last 2 outings, so that's nice to see. Again, he makes it interesting, but he gets the job done. So I can't complain there. So bottom of the 7th, Mets still lead 3-2. Mets need to tack on runs here. They got 7, 8, and 9. I would not be surprised if you see Daniel Vogelback pinch it for either. I think he's going to pinch it for James McCann. So maybe James McCann is hitting the ball hard the last 2 at bats he had. So we'll see. But Mets lead 3-2. Well, President, I don't know who's available. Like, we don't know if Lugo's available. That might have been the reason why Lugo wasn't in for the 7th. So we don't know. So we don't know who's available. We know Diaz is available. How many innings? I don't know. My opinion, I put Diaz out there for the 8th and the 9th. I think you have to in this pot. If Lugo's not available, no doubt, Diaz 8th and the 9th. But you know what they're going to say. Freddie Freeman's coming in to lead off in the 8th. Do you put Joely Rodriguez in there for 1 batter? And then put in Diaz for a 5-out save? Or what? I put in Diaz in the 8th and the 9th. I wouldn't even mess around in this game. You got the lead. The Dodgers, let's be honest, their defensive mental lapse in Lux gave us that opportunity to tie the game. And Lindor took advantage. Ruff got a nice hit, nice sac fly to give us the lead. But we'll see. McCann hit the ball hard twice today. He just right at people. I don't think Buck's gonna pinch hit from McCann unless there's runners on. But I give James McCann 1 more at bat. So Caleb Ferguson is in the game, the lefty, so no Vogelback. So you're gonna have McNeil here. You're gonna have Escobar batting right-handed and McCann batting right-handed. We'll see what they can do in the bottom of the 7th. 3-2 Mets. Here we go, guys. Thank you, Joe. 3-batter rule. So I don't think it's gonna happen. So yeah, again, I'm so used to old baseball rules. The lefty specialist, no more. No, Matt, I don't know. Diaz is warming up, so I guarantee you he's coming in the 8th inning. But remember, I don't think Buck's gonna make him go 2 innings. Just so you know, guys, it might be the 8th inning for Diaz. I agree, Gary. Only. That's a low amount pitch count. Again, I think he's going to go 2 innings. But Buck has done this before. 3, 4, 5 coming up for the Dodgers.
Against Ferguson, after Chris Martin gave up 2 runs in the 6th, rounds up with a fastball. He's got a good fastball. Yeah, he's a left-hander with a big arm.
I think that's more of a possibility than Diaz 2 innings. Again, it might be about if Diaz only throws like 8, 9 pitches or 10 pitches in the 8th, maybe he'll come out. But we'll see. Come on, Jeff. That might drop. Foul ball. Come on, Jeff.
Pitching Jeff in and getting in on him. He's a little inside out. He's pitching him tough. Quality pitching staff.
Yeah, Adonis Medina and the Dodgers. Love it.
2-2 for Ferguson.
And right to left field. Playing that left field line against McNeil. If he played straight up, it's probably going to drop. 1 out. Ethan, I'm going to the game tomorrow and Saturday.
Of any of the bad hitters against Ferguson this time in the NL West.
Come on, Escobar. It's nice to hit your home run that you haven't hit in a while. Nice swing.
26-year-old Caleb Ferguson from Columbus, Ohio.
No, man, it's not the long relievers that we have. Trevor Williams is fine as a long reliever. We just don't have really, really good that somebody you can actually trust every time out. Come on, Eddie.
The Ohio State University.
Good eye.
Notre Dame opening up at home, I believe. Big
Ottavino has been good this year, no doubt about it. But
Ohio State.
when he was with the Yankees and when he was with the Red Sox, he gave up a lot of big home runs in big spots in the playoffs. That worries me. Ken? Nope. All right, gang. Have a good day.
Early in the stand.
How would you know that? Have you been to their practices?
I have.
That explains a lot. Escobar fouls off the turf.
Joe, I ain't pitching tonight. I might give you one good fastball on the outside corner after that. I don't know.
How many guys dress in college football? Like 90?
I don't know. I read up a little bit. I've been reading. In between.
Come on, Eddie. Let's go.
I'm preparing for the games.
Escobar hits it slowly. Muncy hurries in. And a little
2
overhanded
outs.
by Freeman. 2 out. We don't know yet who's going to pitch for the Mets the next 3 days and in what order. We do know Josiah Gray coming home to pitch against the Mets tomorrow night. Patrick Corbin, who actually got a win on Sunday. And that was historic, right? Because the Nationals had gone 43 consecutive games without a win from a starting pitcher, which was a major league record before Corbin finally got a win
All right, James
on
McCann.
Sunday.
First 2 at bats, hit the ball hard, but right at somebody. See what you can do here. Excuse me.
Has he been throwing strikes? He wasn't early. I think it's the right. I'm thinking of the right.
Diaz is coming in the 8th. It's just a matter of, is he going to pitch tonight? We'll see.
Joey Meneses, the 30-year-old rookie, has a 959 OPS, as they call him up, and he's changed the pronunciation of his name, which is a little trouble because
And McCann finally gets a hit. Hey, that's a double. Maybe. Hey, he gets a hit. All right. All right, Nimmo's up now. Come on.
James, hang in there. Boy, that gets a smile from the bench.
His third hit ball finally falls. It found some grass.
Won the show for it, but at least he got 1, 2, 3.
Maybe, just maybe, James McCann is actually looking like a professional ball player.
nicely on the curve.
I need one more run in this ball game to hit my parlay. Come on, Brandon. Let's get that insurance run.
He's got 0 for 3 today. So when they first called Joey Meneses up, they told us that his name was Meneses.
That must be a nice payday, Joe.
With emphasis, and it's got menace in it. Perfect name to work with, but Meneses.
Come on, Brandon.
Like a town in Virginia. You know, Meneses.
Yes, emphasis, Genesis.
Anyway, he's still doing great for them. It's not a prospect. He's 30 years old, but it's a nice story for the Mets.
I am a little surprised that we didn't pinch run for James McCann. I would have thrown Naquin to run because the base hit might not score James McCann. So
3 innings in this series where the team has had more than a 1-run lead. Oh, Chris, the football season.
Chris Berman is in the stands. Ah,
Pops one up in the shallow right.
that might be trouble.
That's caught.
Yeah! Let's go! Another blunder by the Dodgers. They must have been watching the Phillies. Dodger baseball. Well, that's 2 mistakes in 2 innings from the Dodgers that cost them runs.
3 runs is caught.
Let's go, baby. That looked like trouble right away. And by the way, Nimmo got the second.
It looked like Lux didn't want this.
Once again, Gavin Lux.
He just quit him.
He just assumed he was going to come get it. He assumed that Lux was going to get it.
You know, in the 6th
sixth inning yesterday. You got to walk that ball, Gary.
McCann better run a little bit faster. He better score it. Come on, Starling. Another run in scoring position.
So it's a double for Nimmo and RBI.
Let's go.
Listen, in the sixth inning yesterday, inning ended on Canna hitting a similar pop up the right. And Mookie Betts
Looks like Diaz is coming in the eighth.
15 feet behind the
Come on.
turn. So he came a long way. Maybe Lutz thought he was going to do that again.
So he just got foot.
Look, there's a pretty good chance. Look, we know how good the offense of the Dodgers are, right? They can definitely come back in this ballgame. But let's make no mistake about it. The Dodgers have played terrible in this series.
Between Lutz and Betts. Lutz was slow to throw the Marte ground ball, and then the 2 runs for the Mets in the sixth.
Christian, I'm sorry. If they're in coasting mode, why would they set up their rotation to pitch 3 lefties against the Mets? Because Dustin May, was supposed to pitch today, not Kershaw. They set up this rotation for left-handers, so they're not coasting in this series. They were ready for this series. 3-0. Toucan, they are chokers. 8 division in a row and only 1 championship in a pandemic-shortened season. That's choking. You were favorites to win the World Series 3 years in a row. Swinging 3-0. Run, Nimmo, run. Run. Safe. Yeah, 5-2. And Marte's going to third base. Second base. Let's go. What? So Dodger fans are going to make excuses now? No. Let's go. I don't want to hear no excuses from Dodger fans. You played terrible in this series. Let's go. Diaz is sitting down. 3-run lead for the Mets. End the lockout, Joe. End the lockout. Woo. Let's go. Come on. Come on, Frankie.
And now a chance for Lindor is already 2 for 3. To open the tying run in the 6th, scored the go-ahead run after stealing third.
I agree, Marco.
Defense today.
Mets lost 7 men on base in that game. Should have been a sweep if we win today.
Mistakes by the Dodgers, uncharacteristic.
Yes, defensive team in the National League by all the metrics, but not today. But it's also about this Mets team,
this is one of the best defensive teams in baseball. They made 3 bad defensive plays in 2 innings. I don't want to hear about travel day or they're coasting. No, they're not. I'm sorry. They set up their rotation for 3 lefties in this series against the Mets. That's not coasting. RM, you could have said that. But the Mets are on a 10-game road trip. And so now, RM, we're going to give excuses for the Dodgers now? What about game 1? They won that game. Lugo was warming up now. Come on, Frankie.
He has a staying up, I would assume, to make sure that Lugo has enough time to be ready, since they just got him up after the Mets scored that 5th run.
They'll have plenty of time.
Come on, Frankie. Base it. Nice pitch. All right, so the Mets tack on 2 runs to make a 5-2 lead. I think they're bringing Diaz in for the 8th, and it's going to be Lugo for the 9th. Sorry, guys. I tell you right now, I don't want to hear no excuses, all right? The big bad Dodgers, when the Mets faced them in L.A., 4-game series, there was no Scherzer, no DeGrom, no McNeil, no Marte in that series. They split. Do you see how bad they played just now? That's the best defensive team in baseball from all the analytical metrics. And you can talk about they're coasting to a division win. That's fine. Then why did Dave Roberts set up 3 lefties in their rotation for the Mets series? Because they want to win this series. I'm sorry, guys. Let's not give excuses now. All of a sudden, the Mets are performing well. You can't do that. There's no excuses from me. The Mets could easily. I could have gave excuses why the Mets only took 2 games against the Dodgers because we didn't have anybody playing. Look, the Dodgers are one of the best teams in baseball. This series is not going to change that. But what it shows is that the Mets are a good team. And you don't continue to make mistakes, the Mets are going to pay for it. The Mets are going to make you pay for it. So it's that simple. But look, it's a 5-2 lead. You got 2 innings to go. Look, nobody would be shocked if the Dodgers come back and tie or win this ball game. Nobody. But they haven't played well in this series. And you can give any excuse, it's the end of a West Coast trip, East Coast trip. Okay, that's fine. But they were the ones that set up their rotation for the Mets. If you heard the players after game 1, they were ready to play this series. That was what all they said in their post-game press conferences. After game 1, they were ready for this series. They said, not me. That was their words. I'm quoting their words. So you can't be ready for game 1 and not be ready for game 2 and 3. So Diaz is in the 8th inning. Oh, can I do? But again, it's still the Dodgers. And the offense is potent. All right, here we go. Diaz is in the 8th.
Fastest that any man has ever gotten to 100 strikeouts in a season. 52 and a third innings. Freddie Freeman, first man up against him in the 8th. Freddie's 0 for 3 today.
Yeah, I don't mind this move at all. But here's the problem. What if Diaz struggles a little bit in the 8th and gets a couple of men on? You got to bring Lugo in. Then what you do? First 2 balls off the plate. Only throwing 98 miles an hour.
Sliders last night's game, 2 fastballs here.
Slider for a strike. Interesting circumstance in that last inning with Diaz getting ready to come in with a 1-run lead, and then all of a sudden the Mets tack on a couple of runs. They get Lugo up.
Nice slider.
Diaz and he's somewhat ready. I don't know if it was
Come on,
a
Edwin.
decision with a 3-run lead to bring Diaz in anyway, and they would have brought Lugo in up. With a 4-run lead, or if Lugo couldn't get loose, but it was interesting from a bunch perspective.
There's something that I don't usually see with Diaz.
Whoa, count to Freeman. This is the 9th time this season he's pitched in the 8th inning. He has not allowed an 8th inning run.
This at bat, he's got better control of the slider than he does on his fastball.
To Freeman. And he walked him on a
There we go.
Second straight inning, the Dodgers draw a leadoff walk. Jacob Resnick and Joe DeMayo discuss what the future may hold for the Mets' top prospects, Mark Vientos and Francisco Alvarez, on SNY's digital series Mets Perspective. Check it out.
All right, here we go.
TV. Let's get news on Alvarez.
What's up, Ricky, Iowa? Nice.
They brought him to New York to check out his injured ankle. He has a loose body, they say. They're going to give him a shot and hope that he can resume baseball activities in 3 or 4 days. So no surgery, at least for the moment. Slider for a strike to Will Smith. Will is 0 for 3 today and come back with a fly ball and a strike.
Diaz has been excellent when he had a little bit of trouble on base. Nice slider, 0-2.
They walked the leadoff hitter in the 7th in a 1-run game. It was able to retire the next 3 hitters. Diaz walking the leadoff hitter in the 8th.
Just off the plate, low.
15 feet away from home plate. That's way too close.
Come on, Edwin. And he hits him. This is why I don't like him in the 8th inning.
4 straight sliders. The last one hits Will Smith, and just like that, the Dodgers get the time.
This is why I don't like Diaz in the 8th. Not with a 3-run lead. I would have put Lugo in the 8th. He's comfortable in the 8th. Diaz is comfortable in the 9th.
All season long, with a couple of miscues, they lead off walking down. They hit batter up in the count.
Oh,
Puts him in harm's way.
The second batter Edwin has hit this year, and now you got the home run threat of Muncy. Time to run at the plate.
all right, Edwin. There you go.
Muncy's 0 for 2 in a walk today. 0 for 9 in this
Get it done.
Diaz in a bear down spot. And Muncy takes a fastball for a strike.
It is. Look, Buck's taking a gamble here to put him in the 8th.
Give you a tough finish here. With that.
I think you had a 3-run lead. You could have easily put Lugo in where he's comfortable in the 8th and Diaz in the 9th. That's gone. Woo! Woo! That was close. That was close. The balls are dying in that area. I think he got that.
He hit it on the fat and just got under it a little bit.
1 out. Wow.
We missed it.
Oh, boy. All right.
After one long out.
The Met killer, Justin Turner, 1 out. He gets a ground ball here.
3 times in a row today.
You will definitely get a double play ball with Turner running.
Against Chris Bassitt.
Come on, Edwin.
On 2-run-6 in Trevor May. It was 7th, and now Diaz in the 8th. And Turner hits one a long way to center field. They go back onto the warning track.
Woo! Wow. Jesus. Wow. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. Diaz, you're killing me. 2 sliders, 2 hangers.
Sometimes you got to pitch on the right day. Wind blowing slightly. Let's kept those last 2 balls in the ball.
Wow. Wow. All right, Edwin. I don't know what to tell you there. Jesus Christ.
Turner had a smile after the catch by Nemo last night. Not smiling tonight with Justin.
So 2
Wow.
balls into the warning track against Diaz.
All right, Lux is going to try to make up for his defensive mistakes. It's a big at bat here. Lux has been good offensively.
After his defensive mistakes. Takes the fastball for a strike, 0-1. Lux is 1 for 3 at the plate, 3 for 10 in this series. Left 2 in scoring position as last time up. And then
Lux is going to try to swing for the fences here.
the last 2 innings and help the Mets to 4 runs.
Trying to make up for his mistakes. All right, strike 2. Come on. Come on. Got him. Oh, come on, Blue. This is getting fucking ridiculous now. That's right in the inside corner. Come on. Huh. I mean, come on with this fucking umpires. Jesus Christ. Ridiculous. Yeah. 103 miles an hour. All right, Edwin. 103 miles an hour. Well, Dodgers did get a run. 2 balls at the warning track. Whew. Mets still lead 5-3, and there's a pretty good chance Lugo is going to pitch the 9th. So there we go. 103 miles an hour. Diaz was pissed. I tell you that. When the umpire checked his hands, he didn't even look at him. All right, well, bottom of the 8th. Mets can get a couple more runs here. That was, I wouldn't say a great performance by Diaz, but he was pissed after that second near home run by Turner. He wasn't happy at all. So, but you know what? Buck done this, 3 times this year? It failed twice with Lugo, and it worked out once with Lugo. The Mets need to Lugo better get it done. He's been pitching very well in the second half. He's got to get it done. It's just that simple. But Mets are coming up in the bottom of the 8th. Still got a chance to add a run or two. We'll see if they do it. But he got out of it. Exactly, Eric. But again, you know, another foot here or there, it's a different ball game. But you can clearly see Diaz was pissed. Yeah, so Alonso is leading off for the Mets. It's 4-5-6. I'm pretty sure. Well, we'll see. Maybe Buck will keep roughing the game, you know, even if it is a right-hander. I think that's important. I wouldn't say I love this team. I'd rather have a 10-0 Bourne win than a 1 or 2 run ball game heart attack. Well, President, you almost missed Diaz giving up 2 home runs, but he didn't. For finally, the wind is actually blowing in for this series against the Dodgers. Sorry, Thomas. It was I like your photo with the 7-line flag. I like it. Yeah. Again, I've been going to games. I've been working a lot. So, all right, 5-3, bottom of the 8th. Pete Alonso leading off. Gavin Lux slowly took the time and then didn't go for the pop-up, which gave the Mets an extra run. All right, Pete, let's go. Hembry is in the game.
Hembry pitched in the first game of this series. Was a former Met.
Gave him 2 hits. Worked out of a jam.
Come on, Pete.
In that first outing. So that last pitch that Diaz threw officially 102.8 miles per hour, rounds up to 103. The fastest pitch he's ever thrown in the major leagues.
He was very
hot.
Come on, Pete.
Red hot. More ways than one. I mean,
Pete's starting to drop his shoulder again
because if he were pitching
at the
on
plate.
a different day, 1 or perhaps 2 of the fly balls, that Muncy and Turner might have left the yard. And he threw that one right down the pipe and reached back for that extra 2-3.
I don't know if you're going to put Bogey for Ruff, to be honest with you. Ruff had a nice at-bat against a right-hander last at-bat. I'd keep him in, to be honest. You got the lead.
Hembry picks off the outside corner with a fastball. It's 2-2.
Adam Ottavino
on call for the 9th.
is warming up. Interesting.
Lugo was up
Very
alongside
interesting.
Diaz heading into the top of the 8th. But it's not going to be Lugo who's been arrested. It's going to be Ottavino who pitched last night.
Very interesting.
To try and save this.
Alonso pops it up. This might be another problem.
It's not good back off.
which is a rarity for Buck to have a pitcher up and not come in.
It was a strange situation, and I wonder how much it contributed to Edwin's bobbles in that inning. The fact that he was up, and then they got
all right, Bogey is pinch hit for Ruff.
And Diaz got back up just briefly before he came in.
I mean, you think about the conversations that happen in the bullpen when that happens. Am I in or am I not in? Well, wait a minute. We'll see. It's the unknown.
Right, it's the adrenaline,
Yes.
right? The adrenaline up, the adrenaline down. Dana Vogelbach bats for Darren
All right.
Ruff. Ruff drove in the go-ahead run with a sacrifice fly in the sixth. Vogelbach has not started in this series with the Dodgers going with 3 lefties. He had 1 at bat in the opening game of the series, the 9th inning against Jake Reed.
Oh, Bogey.
To do a double play. Trying to get him some pointed back in the right direction. He's 0 for his last 12. He's been battling a hamstring problem that Buck Showalter said today was much better than sitting out the last few days. Everett behind him 2-0. And
3-0. So Vogie gets on, you're going to put Naquin in the run.
Clayton Kershaw started for the Dodgers at a rough first inning, then retired his last 13. He went 5 innings, allowed 1 run, 1 hit. Chris Martin gave up 2 runs in the 6th. Caleb Ferguson gave up 2 runs.
Ken,
in the
I'm not
7th.
sure.
And now Embry working in the 8th.
All 4.
And that's ball 4.
All right.
So Vogelbach is on.
So Naquin's going to run for Vogelbach.
Terrence Gore show now.
Oh, Gorshaw, excuse me, the guy that called out.
Yep. They got a pinch run for him with the bat. And here is Gore making his Mets debut. He is the modern version of Herb Washington.
Terrence Gore.
His game is basically to be a pitch runner.
He is so little.
He was Freddie's teammate last year in Atlanta. He's been in 4 postseasons, 2 with Kansas City, 1 with the Cubs, and last year with the Braves. Is he a base stealer here? That's what he does. Okay.
He is a base stealer.
Bolt of baseball. Good time to get a early account.
All right, let's see what he does. Mark Hanna's at the plate with 1 out.
Mark Hanna, the batter, with 1 out and 1 on. And Gore takes a healthy lead. When I think of Terrence Gore, Ronnie, I always go back to that wild card game between Kansas City and Oakland. Was it in 14?
14.
Yep.
And it was just amazing. Remember Gerard Dyson? They were behind by 4 or 5 runs late.
8th inning, down by 4 with John Lester on the mound. And between Dyson and Gore, they basically ran the Royals back into the game.
Oh, he was going there. He was leaning.
Going through these moments where he was just starting not to be able to throw the ball to first base.
Yes, Toucan a while ago.
And they took big leads, and they got back in that game and won it.
Now, the Mets had a speedy outfielder earlier in the season with Travis Jankowski got off to a nice start. Jankowski was available between Caldwell back with his finger injury.
Terrence might be going here. He's going.
Goes Gore. The throw by Will Smith.
Safe. Yes.
Terrence Gore, his first
There we go.
appearance with the Mets, speeds his way to a stolen base.
There we go.
We're going to show you this deal. Watch his slide.
Feet first slide.
Into second base.
They might just challenge just because.
About the first few steps. But look at this slide. That is right in the back, straight and hard. Well done.
Woo.
His eyes.
Safe.
That's superb. Hold up right to the back. Pop off.
Right to the back of the bag.
And he's stuck on the bag with the tag still on him.
Oh, I love speed.
All right. Running in scoring position, 1 out. Let's go.
You know, the Mets had Jankowski, who did some nice work for them earlier this season. But Buck Showalter asked the folks in the organization, what's the difference speed-wise between Gore and Jankowski? And he was told substantial. And that's why Gore's here.
All right. Base hit should score Gore. And that was a strike.
The jump. Oh, that's acceleration right there. That's 0 to 60 in 10 seconds.
That's Ricky Henderson. You know, that's what Ricky used to do, that first step acceleration.
Come on.
Some range.
Getting a decent lead off second. You know he's going to get a good secondary lead.
Old school. Batting gloves in the hand, in the fingers.
Maybe he's got the bolts. That gloves.
Ah.
Up on the infield. Freeman tracking it toward the mound. And that's the second out.
All right. Alien, no joke. There's a reason why he's on these teams.
It's funny. It's almost like all the players are welcoming him back into the fraternity.
Well, with Trey and Gore, I mean, that's just fast guy humor right there.
That's 30 feet per second, guys. It's really loud in that club.
All right, Jeff McNeil, let's go.
Here's McNeil, who's 0 for 3 tonight.
Oh, nice base hit here. Let's go. That's a ball.
Fastball for ball. In the ninth, the Dodgers will have 8, 9, and 1 in the order to up Thompson, Taylor, and Betts. And with Ottavino coming in, keep in mind they have 2 left-handed bats in the dugout, Yamo and Bellinger. So the key is to get the 2 guys in front of Betts. Slider misses down 2-0. Tomorrow the Nats are in town for the first of 3. Coverage begins at 6:30 tomorrow night in SNY. Could be Scherzer, could be Peterson, could be Carrasco. Opening the series for the Mets. We'll find out after the game tonight. Max pitch Sunday, so it will be on his day. Who's going to talk to Max before the game today before he made a final decision about who pitches tomorrow. But Carrasco should be back to talk this weekend.
Oh, hit him. Hit his back.
The back. The bat did,
Yes.
He's mad.
They got
that kind of reaction from McNeil. Right off the knobbless knob.
Neil's gone 0 for 3. He's not in a good mood.
He would have been 3-0, but now it's 2-1.
Big weather pick up, though.
Yes, sir.
This will be your perfect 1 for 4 with a nice little rip.
Come on, Jeff.
You know, with Gore at second, and he base it to the outfield.
You got his hand separated. How about that?
Interesting. Last night he had them back together. The separation once more. And slapped the short
Paul.
Turner on the backhand.
Damn.
And gets McNeil by a winning stride to end the
Well, all right. Adam Ottavino's coming in to save the game in the ninth for the Mets with a 2-run lead. Mets lead 5-3. So Adam Ottavino with 2 nights in a row. Sometimes he struggles with that situation. Sometimes he doesn't. I don't know why Lugo is not in the game. Could be the reason that Lugo didn't feel good warming up. I don't know. But we'll see. Ottavino's been good this year for the Mets. Again, the most important thing, you gotta get the guys out in front of Mookie Betts. You don't want runners on base for Mookie Betts. Yep, Ken, fasten your seatbelts. It's always a fun time as a Met fan. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. We're heading to the top of the ninth. Mets lead 5-3, 8-9-1 for the Dodgers. Thompson, Taylor, Betts. I don't know, Thomas. Lugo's been very good this year. What I'm a little concerned about is that Ottavino's pitching back-to-back, and sometimes he doesn't necessarily have it. And what you also have is that you get a Mookie Betts in this inning. Second time in 2 days, Mookie Betts sees him at the plate. So, that's something that, worries me a little bit. But again, we'll see. Thompson and Taylor might get pinch hit for left-hand hitters that they have 2 on the bench. So, and Ottavino's not great against left-handers. So we'll see. Thomas, they're starting. Oh, I think that started like 20 years ago, my friend. I don't know how old you are, but for me, it's been a while. My hair is going, man. It's definitely because of this team. Yeah, probably not. I would have. Again, we don't know what Lugo issue was. Maybe he couldn't get warmed up in the bullpen. You never know. But you do have Lugo tomorrow, and you got Joely Rodriguez tomorrow, so you got guys available for the national game. So we'll see. All right, top of the night, guys. 5-3 Mets. Here we go.
Got awfully good after that, retired 13 in a row.
I agree, Ken.
The Dodger bullpen was help from the Dodger defense.
All right, Adam, let's go.
Ottavino will try and make it stand up.
Well, he was awfully good in yesterday's game. A couple of strikeouts, including one of Mookie Betts.
Hitting for his third save. He had 2 in the last series against Colorado. Trace Thompson, first man up against him. He's bumped twice today, otherwise 0 for 1.
Oh, boy.
This is the 9th time this year that Ottavino has worked back-to-back days. His ERA on the second day this year is 5.68.
Yeah, you heard that. 5.68 working a back-to-back day.
That history.
That scares me.
Back-to-back.
Come on, Adam.
Buck Showalter has said often the reason why they have had kid gloves with their bullpen this year, they really have tried to avoid the back-to-back days, avoid the warming up without coming in the game, is so they can push in September and October. And here we are. Slider
Nice pitch. 1-2.
Buck Showalter always talks about the patience needed to not chase certain games, to put yourself and your bullpen in a better position to take the series, even though you might lose the game.
Come on, Adam.
To the Thompson, Chris Taylor on deck.
Try to get him with the fastball. I think he would have had him looking if he threw that over the plate.
They work the 1, 2, 3.
2-2. Come on.
Diaz gave him the 1 down to hits in the 8th. And now Ottavino trying to secure it. 2-2 to Thompson.
Got him. 1 out.
Threw a fastball right by.
Nice pitch.
1 down to the 9th.
1 out. 2 more.
Just fast.
Threw it right by
A
him.
little late. Kind of sink on that pitch from Ottavino. Last strikeout we saw was at 103 from a Mets pitcher. This was at 93.
Come on.
Same result.
Big out here.
It's Chris Taylor. They struck him out in a big spot in the 7th.
Come on, Adam.
Miller drove in 2 runs with a second inning single.
Nice slider.
Big slider, nothing in 1.
That was nasty. Ottavino's just been really solid.
Keith, shut up.
He's had. He's been overlooked because of the year that Diaz has had.
And I tell you what, he was a late pickup in spring, and when they got him,
Nice slider. 0-2.
guy in that bullpen,
Yep, Chase is Clay's top brother. Yes, he is.
really had a terrific year. First one was a perfect slider. This one starts right at Taylor.
Come on.
That's over the middle of the plate.
Looking bats on deck. Ottavino trying to get him up with the bases empty. 1-2 to Taylor.
Got him.
Fastball.
Oh, again.
That's a pitch that Ottavino has discovered this year. And everybody's so paranoid of his breaking ball with right-hand hitters.
I know that ball could have went either way, but
he has learned
Oh.
to use that fastball in the outside corner.
come on, Adam. Foul ball.
Outside first.
That's a double up on it, Chase. That has been the key, is that he always was almost predictable. Between the fastball and the breaking ball was coming. Not anymore. Not this year.
You know, I think the game day strike zone,
Against the Rockies.
that ball looked a lot more closer than that did.
Games up on Atlanta. Trying to post a win to get
Come on, Adam. Let's go.
that in front of Atlanta. 1-2 coming.
Yeah, baby. 2 outs. That wasn't a good slider. That was over the plate, but all right. What you wanted. Mookie Betts with nobody on with 2 outs. Come on.
And the sweeper. Last time that's best, Gary. This coverage of the game. Team mobile coverage cam.
And you remember the pitch prior was a fastball up and in that moved Betts off the plate, and he followed with that slider.
Come on, Adam. One more.
So the Dodgers are down to their final out. That's 1 for 4 today.
Start him off with a fastball.
Away, ball 1.
Ken, it's not over yet.
Trey Turner would be next. Ottavino trying to save it for Chris Bassitt. And Betts gets a slider into the shallow center. Here comes Nimmo.
Put it in the books.
Got him
Yes. Win this series against the Mets, against the Dodgers. New record, 84-43. Mets win. Take the series 2-1. Took 4 out of 7 against the Dodgers. What a way to win a series for the New York Mets against the Dodgers. Oh, baby, baby, baby. No matter what happens today in the Braves game, the Mets are coming out of the Dodgers series. They started with a 3-game lead, ended it with a 3-game lead. Can't complain there, guys. Whew. That was a fun game. The Mets offense took advantage of the Dodger mistakes, and there was plenty in this game. Dodgers did not play a crisp game, a crisp series. The Mets took advantage in this game of the Dodger mistakes. The lackadaisical defensive play by Gavin Lux, the bad play when not getting that pop-up by Nimmo, and Mets take advantage of those mistakes. They've done it all year. Mets beat the Dodgers 5-3. Their 84th win of the season. One more time, Mr. Met says hello. 84-48 on the season. Take the season series 4-3 against the Dodgers. Time for the Mets to get very, very big here against Washington and Pittsburgh. Starting off with Washington for 3 at home. The Mets need to take full advantage of bad teams and continue to win. Let's see if the Rockies can find a way to beat the Braves. That would be awesome. If not, good job by Adam Ottavino in the ninth. 1-2-3. Good job by Diaz for the most part. Not bend. He bent a little bit, but he did not break. Nice to see the Mets win a series against the Dodgers. They haven't done a lot of that, but they get the win. They took advantage of mistakes. 84-48 for our New York Mets. No matter what happens tonight against the Braves, they will be either 3 games ahead in the NL East or 4 games up in the NL East with 30 games to play. Next up, Washington Nationals Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then the Mets head to Pittsburgh for a 3-game series against Pittsburgh. I'm looking for 5-1 here at the very least. My opinion. Once again, guys, Mets beat the Dodgers 5-3. Take the series 2-1. 84-48 for the New York Mets. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Mets just extremely, extremely positive that I've seen in this game alone. Finally take advantage of the Dodgers' mistakes. The Mets would have took advantage of the first game mistakes by the Dodgers. The Mets would have swept them. But not going to go crazy. It happens. We took 2 out of 3. Got Washington for 3. Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh can be a little difficult at home, but I'm looking at 5-1 on this next 6 games here. Washington and Pittsburgh. Get it done. You're at home against Washington. There should be no reason why you do not sweep that series against the Nationals. But it's baseball. You never know. With that said, guys, one more time, 84-48 is the Mets record. Took the series against the Braves 4-3, and took the series 2-1 against the Dodgers. Be confident. Do not be cocky, Mets fans. See you guys next time. Let's go, Mets. Have a good night, guys.